The delivery to Mr. LaRue was made in two parts on two occasions. In December or January, after talking with Mr. Dean, I took approximately $40,000 in two envelopes to Mr. LaRue at his apartment at the Watergate. I lived 2 blocks away, and the delivery was made on my way home from work. Later, I was asked to return the remainder of the money. I again called Mr. LaRue, who again asked if I could deliver it to him at his apartment. On this occasion, before picking up the money, Mr. LaRue donned a pair of gloves and then said, "I never saw you." At that point, I became more than a little suspicious. Frankly, after Mr. LaRue put on the gloves, I did not know what to say, so I said nothing.
In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons, acting individually or in combination with others, in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it.
From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC senior correspondent Robert McNeil.
Good evening. The committee returned today to the task of laboriously reconstructing the links in the chain that lead from Watergate to the White House. There were no startling revelations today and no hoax telephone calls. We heard from a young former White House aide who said H.R. Haldeman was aware that there was a campaign intelligence plan in April 1972. But Gordon Strachan, who was the link between the committee to re-elect and Haldeman in the White House, says he never knew the specific details of the plan beyond its $300,000 budget. And that left open the question of whether Haldeman knew what Liddy and company were getting into. Strachan's remarks came in an opening statement that the committee didn't have a chance to develop further. Strachan followed Robert Mardian, the former Assistant Attorney General and Deputy Campaign Director, who said one of his tasks at the Justice Department was retrieving files of White House-ordered wiretaps from the FBI. Mardian had warned the President that FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover could use the logs to create pressure on Mr. Nixon to let Hoover keep his job.
On Monday, the committee should have a better idea of whether President Nixon is going to turn over tapes of conversations he had with John Dean and others. At the close of today's session, MPAC correspondent Peter Kay asked Chief Counsel Sam Dash if it would be acceptable if the tapes were released to Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox.
I don't think we would work through Mr. Cox. I think Mr. Cox is a special prosecutor who has an independent responsibility. I would assume that Mr. Cox, in carrying out his responsibilities, would seek all of the evidence that he could in carrying out his responsibilities, and that would include these tapes. I think that we have an independent right to have them as a coordinate branch of government, which has the power of subpoena, and the power of subpoena facts relevant to the resolution authorizing us to conduct this investigation. It has been clearly the position of our committee that the particular tapes that we're talking about, as well as certain documentary evidence, do not fall within the area of executive privilege, no matter how you would define that. And I would admit that that's a not clear area, but however you would define it, these things that we're seeking do not fall within it, and therefore we do not expect to have to work through Mr. Cox, but independently through our own powers.
Clark Molinoff, the Pulitzer Prize-winning Washington bureau chief of the Des Moines Register-Tribune, a national syndicated columnist, and for 1 year special counsel and ombudsman to President Nixon, watched today's hearing session with us. Mr. Molinoff, what would you pinpoint as something to watch for as we see the hearings tonight?
Well, I think that it's essential that one keep in mind that both Bob Mardian and Gordon Strachan, the witnesses today, are lawyers and have both the purpose of avoiding criminal prosecution and disbarment, and have very cleverly tried to walk the line to avoid that eventuality. And but in addition to that, they try to avoid involvement of others beyond what's already in the evidence at this stage. And it was interesting to me one of the most important things with regard to Clark McGregor's testimony. Clark McGregor's position as director of the campaign. Clark McGregor was the spokesman during the crucial period last fall. He put out a large number of false, inaccurate statements. Mardian tells us that he tried to warn Clark McGregor during that crucial period of time, and that Clark McGregor, rather than accepting this and listening to it, shut him off by saying, I was told that there was no one over here involved when I took the job. I don't want to know anything else.
And so we get a lot more detail of that conversation.
That's right.
Tonight.
There will be a considerable detail on that, and I think it's quite significant because Clark McGregor's role has largely been one that has not been tarnished up to this point.
All right. Clark Molinoff will be back at the close of tonight's broadcast to discuss this and other points in more detail. He'll be joined then by David Epstein, a Washington attorney and adjunct professor of law at the Georgetown University Law Center here in Washington.
The President returned to the White House from Bethesda Naval Hospital today, said he expected to go back on a regular schedule after a weekend at Camp David. He termed speculation that he would quit poppycock. And in London today, former White House domestic chief John Ehrlichman added his voice to the chorus suggesting the President should release the Watergate-related tapes recorded within the White House. Today was a relatively short one for the committee, but there are still several hours of testimony to sort through. Here is our regular preview of what happens when. In the first hour, Robert Mardian continues his testimony, saying that his oath as an attorney prevented him from passing along information Liddy told him when he was a lawyer for the committee to re-elect. And Mardian tells of retrieving sensitive surveillance logs of White House-ordered telephone taps after being warned that FBI Director Hoover could use them as a club to hold on to his job. Under questioning in the second hour, Mardian admits that Liddy was involved in the administration's handling of the Pentagon Papers case. And Mardian says the President told him that his entire ability to govern could be jeopardized if news leaks continued. In the third hour, Mardian tells of his frustration when he tried to see campaign director Clark McGregor in July 1972 to warn him that aides were involved in Watergate. McGregor wouldn't talk with him. And Mardian says that during his years at the Justice Department, the Internal Security Division never requested any wiretaps for domestic intelligence purposes. Strachan introduces himself in the fourth hour and relates how Magruder called him from Florida to say the committee had a sophisticated intelligence system. But, says Strachan, he never learned of the specifics before the break-in. And after that event, he recalls, he tried to talk with Magruder, who was then in California, but was rebuffed when Magruder said he'd already discussed the whole situation with H.R. Haldeman. And now Senator Ervin is about to begin today's hearings and allow the Mardian testimony to continue.
You're the next man, I think. All right. Senator Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm sure you won't mind, and surely the witness won't mind, if I inject a brief preliminary note of levity into the proceedings this morning after our sad experience with the hoax phone call yesterday. I overheard the press corps remark that the real Alex Butterfield is in Tijuana. Bound in tape.
Bound in tape.
Mr. Mardian, you've testified.
I'd just like to say, to quote the scriptures again, it's stated in the book of Proverbs that a merry heart, such as that Senator Baker possesses, doeth good like a medicine.
It's bad medicine. Mr. Mardian, you've gone over your testimony, as other witnesses have, in great length, and there has been an exhaustive examination by counsel for the committee and members of the committee. I am today going to limit my questions fairly severely and try to impose on myself about a 10-minute rule without suggesting to committee members that we invoke any such rule. I intend to do that just for the sake of trying to move through the testimony. It is clear, Mr. Mardian, that there are certain essential conflicts in your testimony and that of Mr. Dean. There are other apparent conflicts between your testimony and that of Mr. Stans. Let's talk about the Dean testimony for a moment. Do you have any idea when you last talked to Mr. Dean and about what? And more particularly, do you have any recollection of having discussed your testimony or his testimony that would be given before this committee?
I don't know that I've talked to John Dean since I left Washington on November the 10th. It's possible I saw him during the inaugural ceremonies, but I have not discussed with him my testimony nor he his testimony with me.
Have you read the opening statement that Mr. Dean filed with and read to the committee?
I believe that I read, I don't think I read the entire transcript, but I may have. It's been some time.
Are there any other points in the Dean testimony or the Magruder testimony or the Stans testimony that you feel do not portray an event in the same way that you recall it? You've identified some, but based on your information about those witness testimony, are there any other important, significant events on which you have a different or contrary view?
I would have to go over his testimony and his opening statement.
But there are none that come to mind at the moment as being particularly significant or outstanding?
Not that I can think of. There may be some significant ones.
Rather than ask you to go over that testimony now, the opening statement of Mr. Dean, of course, was over 240 pages. And the Magruder testimony was rather extensive, as was the Stans testimony. Would you be agreeable, Mr. Mardian, to reviewing those three pieces of testimony and the testimony of Mr. Mitchell? That would make 4. And note for this record in a letter later any other important and significant discrepancies in that they don't accord with your recollection of events about which you have knowledge?
Yes, if I'm furnished with transcripts. I don't have them, I don't believe.
Would you be agreeable to returning, if necessary, to expound further on any such points?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that a copy of the testimony of Mr. Dean, Mr. Magruder, Mr. Stans, and Mr. Mitchell be supplied to the witness, and that he may be permitted to supply to the committee as a late-filed exhibit any such notations as he pleases, with the understanding that the committee may ask him to return to comment on those. Mr. LaRue also, I think. Pardon? Mr. LaRue also. And Mr. LaRue, the 5.
Without objection on the part of any member of the committee, the staff will comply with the request of the Vice Chairman.
Now, I'm not placing any time limitation on that, Mr. Mardian, but obviously we want to move as fast as we reasonably can. So if you could supply that information as promptly as you can, we'd be grateful. And you need not complete it before you send any particular portions of it. You can send it as you do complete it. And the staff will work out with you the details on how that should be done.
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were at the Justice Department, Mr. Mardian, did you have any dealings with Mr. Liddy?
Yes.
Are you aware of the so-called plumbers operation at the White House in which Mr. Liddy was apparently involved?
I wasn't aware of the plumbers operation until after the Watergate break-in, and I recall a reporter from Time magazine, I believe, who asked me if I was aware of the plumbers, and I said I wasn't aware of them. I hadn't heard the word. He said, you must have. They had a sign on the door called the plumbers, and I said, well, I didn't go by that door.
But you are not aware of the term the plumbers or of the function of that group within the White House while you were at Justice or prior to the events in which they were engaged?
No, sir.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Liddy about anything that you now identify as being part of the plumbers' operation?
Explain the nature of your dealings with Liddy at Justice.
No, sir. My first meeting with Mr. Liddy, and I don't think I was aware that he was a Mr. Liddy at the time, was when I arbitrated a treaty between the Justice Department, the FBI, and the Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms Division, and the staffs of the two agencies, the Bureau and the agency, came to my office, and because of the conflict in jurisdiction over the bombing statute that had been enacted, where Congress gave joint investigative jurisdiction to the Bureau and the Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms Division, it had resulted in sort of a jurisdictional dispute. Mr. Sullivan was a friend of mine, Mr. Rosides was a friend of mine, and they made me aware of the conflict. I suggested they come to my office, or they suggested it, I don't know, but we sat down over a period of a day or two and worked out a 6-month agreement, which we called a treaty, whereby they would try to operate under to divide up the types of cases each would investigate. Mr. Liddy was a part of that group, as I recall.
And did you have dealings with Mr. Liddy in that connection?
I don't think so. My dealings were mainly with Mr. Rosides, Secretary Rosides, and Mr. Sullivan, who was then the Associate Director of the FBI.
Were you at that time Assistant Attorney General for Internal Security Affairs?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have any conversations with Mr. Gray or with his predecessor, Mr. Hoover, about any matter relevant to this inquiry?
To this inquiry?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
I note that Mr. Dean states that, I believe in an executive session, I'm not sure it was discussed fully in the public record, but on June 16th, 1973, I believe, Mr. Dean said that you, Mr. Parkinson, O'Brien, and Chapin and Strachan went over certain FBI reports, and that you were critical of the FBI or the so-called Gray investigation.
I have no recollection of ever meeting with Mr. Strachan. I told the committee staff that I was aware that Mr. Dean did have FBI reports. The only document that I'm aware of, it was either shown to me or read to me, and I believe it was read to me by Mr. Dean, and it was an FBI teletype from Mr. Gray to, I believe, all of the FBI offices in connection with the investigation of Watergate.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Hoover while you were Assistant Attorney General for Internal Security?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever talk to him about the plumbers group or internal security functions being carried on by the White House?
No, sir.
Did you ever talk to him about the White House staff and their relationship to the FBI or the Department of Justice?
No, sir, not to mine.
Did he ever talk to you?
No, sir. If Mr. Hoover had been aware of the plumbers group, I think we would have heard about it.
Were you aware that at one time there was a good bit of talk about Mr. Hoover retiring or resigning as director?
Yes.
Do you have any personal knowledge or conversation with Mr. Hoover about that situation?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea why the White House did take over some of what I would think of as internal security operations instead of leaving it in your department or with the FBI?
It'd be pure speculation.
You have no basis of knowledge, basis of knowledge.
Be pure speculation on my part, Senator.
Would you care to speculate? If you prefer not to, it's all right, but if you would care to, I'd be happy to have it. As long as that speculation is based on your perception of the attitude, the relationships, or any facts known to you. If you think that would be helpful to the record, we'd be happy to have it.
I can only say that apparently lack confidence in our ability to do the job.
Our ability meaning the Justice Department's ability?
Yes, sir.
Meaning the Internal Security Division, the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Well, if it fell within the gambit of the Internal Security Division, yes, sir.
Well, do you have any reason to think there was a lack of confidence that led the White House to take independent action?
Well, that's the basis of my speculation. I can't think of any other reason for creating such a group.
Did anybody ever tell you that or intimate that, or did you infer that from any other facts or circumstances at the time?
I'm only inferring that from what the revelations that have come out now. We had a FBI, a good FBI. We had a good Justice Department. It seems to me that, well, I just drew the conclusion that if they felt they had to do what they were doing, they had a lack of confidence in us.
Did you sense any resentment in your department, or did you resent the transfer, apparent transfer of these functions in part to White House staff? Or do you have any now?
I had no knowledge of any transfer of any functions from the Justice Department to the White House.
Mr. Mardian, my 10 minutes has expired. I have other questions, and I'll return to that later on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Talmadge.
Mr. Mardian, I also will attempt to be brief in order to expedite the hearings as rapidly as possible. There are a few questions that I have for clarification. Did you ask Mr. LaRue if he had known about the break-in ahead of time?
I can't recall any specific time I said, Fred, did you know about it ahead of time, until after these hearings started.
Did he tell you he did?
I asked him, I believe he called me and told me that he was going to the U.S. Attorney's office, and I asked him on that occasion, I said, Fred, did you know about it ahead of time? And he said yes.
Did you ask him if John knew?
Pardon me, I don't think the question that I asked him about wasn't specifically about the break-in itself. Did he know about the activities? And he said yes.
Did you ask him if John knew?
Yes, sir.
What was his response?
I may be mistaken as to what he said at the time. I said, my next question, as I recalled it at that time, was, did John know about it ahead of time? He said, yes.
And you were referring to John Mitchell?
Yes. I then said, what does John say? He said, John says no. Now, subsequently, after my appearance before, I believe, the grand jury, I talked to Fred. He called me and asked me about what had transpired with reference to him. And I said, they asked me if I had talked to you. They asked me about everybody I had talked to. And as I believe, the only person I had talked to was Fred LaRue. I related what I just told you, and Fred said, my God, you didn't say that, did you? And I said, yes. And he said, Bob, I don't think I said that. Now, I could be mistaken, but that I'm giving you my best recollection.
Now, you were all close confidants of the high White House officials and the President himself. You personally held a high position in the Department of Justice with the responsibility of upholding the laws of the country. Why did you involve yourself in a cover-up of the Watergate? Mr. Mitchell testified the reason he did it was because he was afraid the President would lower the boom. Others because they assumed the White House itself had approved this operation. What was your reason, Mr. Mardian?
Senator, I don't know what you mean by cover-up. If you mean by cover-up my not being forthcoming and disclosing everything I knew, I felt that my oath as an attorney prevented me from doing that. Now,
let me ask you another question. I believe you and Mr. Magruder and Mr. Mitchell were all together on June the 19th, as I recall, and there was something said about $40,000. Magruder, I believe, made the statement and asked Mr. Mitchell if he didn't approve the $250,000 budget for the espionage activities. Did Mr. Mitchell answer in the affirmative?
Pardon me, you say June the 19th?
Or sometime thereabout, or at any date that you can recall. I'm not so much interested in the date as I am the subject matter of the conversation and the response.
The date was, I believe, subsequent to that. It was probably the latter part of that week. I think it was the 23rd or 4th. I asked Mr. Magruder in the presence of Mr. Mitchell how much money he had given to Mr. Liddy. He said he had given Mr. Liddy, or had authorized Mr. Sloan to give Mr. Liddy $40,000. I must have registered a surprise and said $40,000, and Mr. Mitchell did much the same. And he turned to Mr. Mitchell and he said, well, that's not much out of the total budget of $250,000. Mr. Mitchell's answer was, but the campaign hasn't even started yet. Now, that's the best of my recollection of that conversation.
You understood that declaration on the part of Mr. Mitchell to mean that he had approved the $250,000 operation, did you not? These espionage activities.
If you want I don't know that the thought crossed my mind. Did Mr. Mitchell authorize the $250,000? Based on the conversation I heard, I would assume that Mr. Mitchell, that not having denied that statement, acquiesced in it. His response wasn't, I didn't authorize $250,000. His response was, the campaign hasn't started yet.
Let me ask you something. Senator Baker touched on the periphery, but I don't think he covered it in detail. Did you make a trip in July of 1971 by courier plane to see the President of the United States in San Clemente, California?
Yes, sir.
At the President's request?
Yes, sir.
What was the reason for that trip?
Prior to my making that trip, Mr. William Sullivan, Associate Director of the FBI, came to see me, told me he wanted to talk to me about a very sensitive matter. He told me that, and he, I guess, had expressed this to me for some period of time, he and Mr. Hoover were not getting along very well. He anticipated his removal as Associate Director, and at that time, he was in effect the operating head of the FBI, other than Mr. Hoover. He told me that there were some very sensitive national security surveillance logs that were not, I believe he used the word in channel, I don't know that he did, but they were not kept in the ordinary course of business. They were kept in his safe, in his office. He felt that the highly sensitive nature of these tapes were such that they should not be kept there, especially if he were to be removed from office. He was concerned about what might be done with these tapes, and I am not positive of this. I don't know what Mr. Sullivan's recollection is. My recollection is that Mr. Hoover might use these tapes for the purpose of preserving his position as Director of the FBI. And he felt that the White House should be aware of this. I told him that I would convey this information to the Attorney General.
And what was the President's direction?
I didn't talk to the President at that time. I merely told the Attorney General of my conversation.
Didn't you go out to see the President himself?
It was subsequent to that. I had not heard from the Attorney General. I had several inquiries from Mr. Sullivan, and I said I had done what I said I would do. Subsequent to that time, and I don't know the date, I got a call. I believe it was on a Sunday. And the call was from the Western White House. I think it was Mr. Ehrlichman. It may have been Mr. Haldeman. They told me that the President would like to talk to me, and whether it would be convenient for me to take the courier plane. The mail plane goes back and forth from Andrews to El Toro Marine Base, I believe, on a regular daily basis. It goes one day and comes the other. Would I be able to take the courier plane that day so that I would be available to see the President the following morning? I said I would. I went to Andrews and I took that courier plane.
And what did the President tell you to do with these?
Pardon me. You want the conversation with the President?
I want to find out what the President directed you to do with these reports that Sullivan had.
He directed me to obtain the reports from Mr. Sullivan and deliver them to Mr. Ehrlichman.
And did you do so?
Yes, sir.
And what did those tapes concern?
The tapes concerned electronic surveillance authorized by the President, I was told, at the request of the Director of the National Security Council.
And what's happened to them? Are they still in the White House?
I understand from news reports that they're in the possession of the Bureau.
The reason at that time was to keep Mr. Hoover from having access to these records?
I think I've related what I was told, and you'll have to draw your own conclusion from that, Senator.
That was what Sullivan told you and what you reported to the President?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've testified that you tried to to quit your committee assignment, that is, the committee to re-elect the President, at least 3 times, but were induced to stay on. How were you induced to stay on?
By persuasion.
By whom?
By Mr. Mitchell and others.
Why did you want to leave?
After the disclosures that were made to me by Mr. Liddy, I just felt I did not, could not adequately represent the committee. As I said, I've never practiced criminal law, and I've never had disclosures of that type ever made to me.
You felt like you'd had enough. Is that the reason?
I was placed in a very difficult position.
I can understand that. Now, you also testified that you felt that it was blackmail for Mr. Bittman to ask for $25,000 more. Why did you feel that it was blackmail?
I only meant that, Senator, and there's 2 connotations you put on it. That happened to be my immediate reaction. It seemed like an excessive fee to represent a person who was charged with a burglary.
How many of these people did Mr. Bittman represent?
I believe 1 person.
And what was the total amount paid to him?
I don't know. I didn't know the $25,000 had been paid to him until these.
I think it was several different sums, close to $100,000 is my record. $157,000, I'm informed. I agree with you that that was grossly excessive fee for representing 1 burglar.
Counsel suggested I answer my question that I didn't even know he had obtained the $25,000 until these proceedings commenced. Or these hearings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mardian. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Senator Garnick.
Mr. Mardian, I suppose there were 3 issues involved in this sad affair. One, the planning of the break-in and the bugging, the cover-up, and whether or not the President of the United States was involved in any of this. As I understand from your testimony, you were, in your own words, the attorney for the committee here for a few weeks following the break-in until you disengaged from those duties and went to political duties.
To the extent that I could disengage.
Yes. And during that time, of course, you had a number of conferences with a great many people who have become, shall we say, leading characters in Watergate, and also, of course, have been witnesses before the committee, and there are still others to follow. My question is this. Do you know of your own knowledge who authorized the Watergate break-in and bugging?
No, I do not.
Other than Mr. Liddy, did anybody during this time, or any other time for that matter, give you any piece of information at all about who authorized the planning of the bugging and break-in of Watergate?
Other than Mr. Liddy?
Other than Mr. Liddy.
No, I heard a lot of speculation, Senator, but nothing that anyone could put their finger on.
Mr. Mitchell never revealed anything about this?
No, sir.
Or Mr. Magruder?
No, sir.
Or Mr. LaRue?
No, sir.
Or Mr. Haldeman?
No, I didn't talk to Mr. Haldeman.
Or Mr. Ehrlichman?
Didn't talk to Mr. Ehrlichman.
Or Mr. Colson?
I didn't talk to Mr. Colson.
Mr. Dean?
Talked to Mr. Dean.
Did he reveal anything about who might have authorized the planning and break-in of Watergate?
No, Mr. Dean used to conjecture with me as to where it was and where it led.
Let us go back to the meeting with Liddy, because that obviously is a very key and important meeting. You really are the only witness so far who has given us any information on what Mr. Liddy said, who was a key figure in Watergate. Of course, he's refused to testify either before the committee or to anyone else for that matter. And I'd like to go back to that Liddy meeting and ask you about two of the pieces of testimony that you gave the committee. One, as I recall it yesterday, Mr. Liddy told you that Watergate was an ongoing project that had the full authority of the President. Was that your testimony?
No, I don't believe I said the Watergate, sir. I said that the operations of the group in which he was working had been an ongoing operation of which Watergate was one.
Now, what did he mean by the group with which he was working? Did he tell you who that group was?
Well, it came about with reference to a question that I asked concerning the, as I recall, the bungling effort. You may recall some of the newspaper accounts, and it was then that he said that he was working with pros, men of considerable experience, that this was just one of their jobs. They had done many, and they had all been successful. I presume from that that they were the same group, in other words, the ones that were caught, and along with Mr. Hunt.
Did he mention any names?
No, sir.
Not even the name of Mr. Hunt?
Well, yes. I thought you meant other than the...
What did he say about Hunt?
That he had high regard for Mr. Hunt. As I think I've testified that Mr. Hunt was... this was the type of business he'd been engaged in all his life. He was the chief planner, as I recall, for the Bay of Pigs invasion.
These are things he told you at that meeting?
Yes, sir.
What about McCord? Did he say anything about him?
No, I don't. Other than the fact that he had violated his instructions in hiring Mr. McCord, that his instructions were not to hire anyone connected with the committee.
Who gave him those instructions?
I believe he said Mr. Magruder. It seemed rather incongruous to me for him to have said that because he was an employee of the committee and Mr. Hunt was an employee of the was apparently an employee of the White House. That is what he said.
Your recollection is that he said that Mr. Magruder told him not to hire Mr. McCord?
That's my best recollection. Well, not Mr. McCord, not to hire anyone that had any connection with the committee or the White House. And I recall that because it seemed a little incongruous with he and Mr. Hunt involved.
Could you amplify any further about these instructions by Magruder? What instructions was he talking about from Mr. Magruder?
I don't recall any other instructions other than his statement that he and Mr. Hunt had not wanted to go into the Watergate and that he had done so only at the insistence of Mr. Magruder. That was his statement.
Why did he say he didn't want to go into Watergate?
I think that was in response to my question that it seemed like a very foolish adventure that didn't make any sense to break into the Democratic National Committee headquarters.
Now, did you discuss both break-ins? There were two, of course, one that went undetected and the second one that was detected.
Only to the extent that, as I recall, what he told me was that they had placed the bug in the wrong office. That's my best recollection.
And from that, then the instructions of Magruder were to correct that error. Is that your testimony?
I don't recall his having said that, but that's what he stated the purpose of the entry was.
Now back again to the instructions from Magruder. In all this discussion with Mr. Liddy, you were talking about the Watergate, isn't that correct? And you would assume that that's what instructions meant, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You weren't discussing any other venture?
Not at that point.
Not at this time that we're talking about.
This discussion of the other adventures came up later.
Now let's go back to this authority of the President. Will you discuss that more? Because that's extremely important. Here is Liddy's testimony, the only testimony we have.
I might say I haven't been asked to speculate. I didn't put any credence in that when he told me any more than I did in his statement that he shredded $100 bills. I've tried to relate as factually as I can what he told me.
Mm-hmm. Did you inquire of him, Mr. Mardian, now, Liddy, what do you mean about authority from the President? Did you go into that at all with him and interrogate him on that?
No, Senator. I told the staff, I guess I could have been a better interrogator had I not been in shock. And I think I've said, and as counsel points out, I cannot recall his using the word president. Mm-hmm. I did testify that it was the words he used were clearly meant to imply that, and that's the way I understood it.
But you don't actually recall whether he mentioned the name or not, or the title?
No, sir.
There is another part of that testimony that I think is extremely important, too, that you testified to yesterday, and that was that the budget that Mr. Liddy had was approved by John Mitchell, director of the campaign to re-elect the president, and the White House. Would you go into that further? Because that's a very important piece of testimony, too.
That's all I can tell you, Senator.
Did he say he had discussed the budget with John Mitchell?
I use the term budget. He may have said the financing of the operation. The use of the word budget may have been wrong. The general, I've tried to recall as best I can the conversation. I remember that one better than most because
So shocking.
The disclosures that were made.
I know it's hard to remember a year back, but those were two very important pieces of information.
He may not have said budget. He may have said it was financed with the approval of Mr. Mitchell in the White House. He may not have said budget. I just...
But again, on that score, did you ask him at all about, well, when did John Mitchell approve this?
No, sir.
Did he approve it personally?
Sorry.
I'm asking questions that you might have asked him, and I'm just asking if you asked them.
Senator, at the time, he was telling me these things. I wasn't believing much of it. I was taking it as a defensive statements justifying his conduct.
I see. And so you didn't probe that at all?
I don't think I did.
And what about the business about the White House approving either the budget or the money or the operation? Did you ask who in the White House approved it?
No, sir. After he implied to me if he didn't say the president, I didn't think there was any further up, any higher to go than that.
And was it also during this meeting that he said that if it's necessary, assassinate me? Is that right?
I had forgotten this until Mr. LaRue testified to it, but he did say, as I recall now, that he would never talk, he would take the Fifth Amendment, and that if we didn't have confidence in that he would make himself, he did say that he was morally opposed to suicide, but that if we would designate a particular street corner for him to stand on, he would make himself available to be shot, killed, or assassinated. Mr. LaRue used the term assassinated, and I used it maybe because of that, but that was what he said.
What was your reaction to that?
Much the same reaction to everything else he told me that day.
That his credibility would be in question with you.
It was a very bizarre story. I had never heard one like it before in my life. It's all I can, it's the only way I can characterize it.
Just one final series of questions, which I've been asking many of the witnesses. Have you ever had any meeting or conversation with President Nixon on this Watergate affair this year or last year?
No, sir.
Never a single one?
Never.
Have you ever heard anybody say, anybody in the committee to re-elect the president or outside of the committee to re-elect the president in the White House or elsewhere, that they knew anything about, any bit or piece of information about whether the president knew about Watergate or knew about the cover-up?
No, sir.
Never in any of your conversations with Mitchell or any of these other people?
No, sir.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, no way.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mardian, in the early days of our proceedings, Mr. McCord testified that he had received special information from your Internal Security Division. Is that correct, sir?
I wouldn't describe it as special, Senator. He, as I understand it, did receive information from the Interdivisional Information Unit of the Justice Department.
What was the nature of the information?
I wasn't at the briefings. I feel confident it was confined to information relating to the potential for civil disorder at the Republican National Convention.
Was this information available to the public?
It was available under the guidelines to any entity that might be the subject of violent civil disorder, and the appropriate people that should know of the potential so that they might assess it.
Did your Internal Security Division ever conduct investigations of congressional or senatorial candidates?
No, sir. We were not an operational division.
Did you ever conduct investigations of members of Congress?
No, sir. We, as I say, there's been some misunderstanding in some of the testimony.
Well, I'm giving you the opportunity.
The divisions do not have an operational function, sir.
Now, where did you get the information that you imparted to Mr. McCord if you weren't the operational arm?
IDIU obtains, I would guess, and I've so testified, over 80% of its information from newspapers, young people. It started out as a summer group in 1967. There was young people, college students. It was under the auspices, or it was initiated by Ramsey Clark in response to the Kerner Commission report. I would say that, and I've testified, 80% of it was public information that they put together. Other information came from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and other agencies, alcohol, tobacco, firearms, if they were aware of something, if local police would supply information, if it related to anything which the federal government might become involved in other words, jurisdictional.
As a member of an important member of the Justice Department, were you ever aware that any division within the department had ever conducted investigations of members of Congress?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you certain that in your conversations with Mr. Mitchell never discussed his knowledge of the pre-Watergate meetings with you?
Never, sir.
Did Mr. Mitchell ever suggest to you that he had discussed the Watergate problem with the President of the United States?
Never.
Did he ever suggest to you that he had lied to the President of the United States?
Never.
You're considered very close to Mr. Mitchell. I believe your profile maintains that he is your sponsor, and you've never discussed anything this important?
I didn't realize I had a profile that said he was my sponsor.
Well, maybe that's the wrong word to use here. But is your testimony that at no time you discussed Watergate together?
Mr. Mitchell and I?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I talked about Watergate with him quite often. I thought you were referring to discussing that, whether he discussed it.
And in your discussions, did he ever tell you that he discussed this matter with the President of the United States?
No, he never disclosed to me any discussion that I can recall with the President of the United States on any subject. There may have been, but none comes to mind.
In the early days of our proceedings, it was suggested that the major reason for the Watergate break-in was national security. And Mr. McCord and others suggested that information was possibly available in the headquarters which would indicate that members of the Democratic Party, in concert with foreign powers, were out to destroy the country or to do damage. In all of your service in the United States Department of Justice, do you know of any incidents where members of the Democratic Party constituted a national security problem to the United States of America?
May I answer your question and then respond to it, sir?
Please do so.
I know of no information that was ever brought to my attention that anybody in the Democratic Party was sponsored by any foreign power or that they posed any threat at all in the form of violence or otherwise to the Republican Party or the security of the United States. Now, if I may respond to your prefatory statement, you indicated, and I'm surprised this question hasn't been asked yet. You indicated that Mr. McCord came to these conclusions based upon information he obtained from the Justice Department. His testimony was he didn't obtain any information until the latter part of May, and yet he also testified that he was involved with these people in a break-in sometime in the early part of May, or I believe it was on May the 3rd?
30th.
May 30th. And yet his own testimony is he didn't obtain any information. Well, there was a break-in May the 30th.
So he had it before then.
Well, he was involved, as I understand it, with these people before that time, and there certainly could not have been any information conveyed to him.
The information apparently conveyed to the people from Florida was that information was available in the Democratic National Committee to indicate that members of the party were constituted a national security problem.
And I didn't hear that testimony, and I'm sure he never got any such information from the Department of Justice.
Well, we've been waiting for some response from the department. We have submitted a request as to this national security problem. I don't suppose we've ever received it, but it's your testimony as former head of the Internal Security Division that members of the party did not constitute a national security problem.
Absolutely not. And I have never heard any responsible official in the Department of Justice suggest that.
We've heard much about the White House horror stories from Mr. Mitchell, and I believe you related to some. Are there any other horror stories other than the Watergate, Dita Bird, Ellsberg break-in?
No, as I said, if I had interrogated Mr. Liddy further, I might have found out some more. But
I'm asking you this because Mr. Mitchell suggested that this was just a tip of an iceberg.
Mr. Mitchell may be privy to more knowledge than I am, sir.
Miss Vicky Shern, secretary to Jeb Stuart Magruder, suggested that Mr. Liddy, Mr. Magruder, Mr. Mardian, Mr. LaRue had a series of meetings in May of 1972. Do you recall a series of meetings with Mr. Magruder, Mr. LaRue, and Mr. Liddy?
No, sir, and whoever made that statement has got me mixed up with somebody else. If I had a series of meetings with Mr. Liddy, I would have recalled them.
What about Mr. Magruder or Mr. LaRue?
Well, I saw them quite often. I didn't have a series of meetings with Mr. Magruder and Mr. LaRue in May, to my knowledge, but I just came to the committee in May.
Did you discuss electronic surveillance or intelligence gathering at these meetings?
Never. You say at these meetings. I don't admit to being present at any such meetings.
One final question, sir. Many of us are impressed by your legal background. Your biographical sketch indicates that you had the highest grades ever for a first-year student in law school. You did very well as a corporate lawyer. And apparently your experience in the Justice Department singled you out as almost Mr. Law and Order. And now I quote from your statement. If I make no other point in this prefatory statement, I want it in the record that as of the morning of June 17, 1972, I was relieved of my political responsibilities to the extent possible and charged with the responsibility of acting as counsel to the committee, at least as far as Watergate was concerned. Then you have a very interesting statement on the following page. Commencing the morning of June 17th, when you became a lawyer, information was imparted to me bit by bit, much of it contradictory, which drew me inexorably into an intolerable and at times unbearable situation of personal conscience, a situation in which I was precluded from acting according to the dictates of my personal desires or interests. a situation in which ultimately my only hope was the selfish one of not becoming implicated in the conduct of others who I felt my duty to serve. Are you trying to suggest that as a lawyer, the advice and counsel that you provided your clients was not according to the dictates of your personal desires or interests?
No, sir, and I don't want to be contumacious. I don't think that's a fair reading. It may be, to me...
It says you were precluded from acting according to the dictates of your personal conscience.
Yes, sir. My conscience is one thing, and the ethics of my profession demanded at that time something else. At the time I obtained the information...
Does the ethics of your profession require you to tell your clients to lie?
I don't think that that statement indicates that, sir. What I was trying to indicate was that Mr. Liddy imparted information to me on June the 21st, which had it been imparted to me less than 2 months before, I would have had him arrested. I was a former Assistant Attorney General of the United States. My boss was a former Attorney General of the United States. My best friend was the Attorney General of the United States. And he was imparting information to me that indicated not only that crime, but a series of other crimes perpetrated by people in the White House that I had worked for. Now, that's all I was trying to say by being drawn inexorably into a situation of personal conscience.
Even if you felt that these activities had the potential of hurting the President of the United States, you decided that the ethics of your profession required you to keep a lid on?
Senator, I gave a man my word under my oath that he could confide in me. I thought I was just investigating one crime. He imparted to me knowledge of other felonies. And as I read my oath, I was duty-bound not to disclose that confidence. And had I gone to the authorities that day and told them what Mr. Liddy had told me, I think I probably would have been subject to disciplinary action, severe disciplinary action. So I say I've never practiced criminal law. I don't know how people react to these situations. They carry these things in their mind. They can't disclose it. This was unbearable to me.
If the ethics of your profession prevented you from disclosing the information imparted to you by Mr. Liddy, why did you discuss this with Mr. Mitchell?
I made that a precondition to my taking his information in confidence.
Did you discuss this with Mr. Magruder?
No, sir.
Or
I
with
never
anyone
discussed
else?
it with anyone else but Mr. Mitchell.
And was Mr. Mitchell precluded by some ethics to keep that to himself?
Mr. Mitchell will have to speak for himself on that. I don't wish to pass judgment.
Were you given the formal title of counsel to the committee on June the 17th?
I don't believe it's formal. I appear, I believe, on the pleadings as counsel to the committee.
responsibility of acting as counsel to the committee, at least as far as Watergate was concerned. Then you have a very interesting statement on the following page. Commencing the morning of June 17th, when you became a lawyer, information was imparted to me bit by bit, much of it contradictory, which drew me inexorably into an intolerable and at times unbearable situation of personal conscience, a situation in which I was precluded from acting according to the dictates of my personal desires or interests, a situation in which ultimately my only hope was the selfish one of not becoming implicated in the conduct of others who I felt my duty to serve. Are you trying to suggest that as a lawyer, the advice and counsel that you provided your clients was not according to the dictates of your personal desires or interests?
No, sir, and I don't want to be contumacious. I don't think that's a fair reading. It may be, to me...
It says you were precluded from acting according to the dictates of your personal conscience.
Yes, sir. My conscience is one thing, and the ethics of my profession demanded at that time something else. At the time I obtained the information...
Does the ethics of your profession require you to tell your clients to lie?
I don't think that that statement indicates that, sir. What I was trying to indicate was that Mr. Liddy imparted information to me on June the 21st, which had it been imparted to me less than 2 months before, I would have had him arrested. I was a former Assistant Attorney General of the United States. My boss was a former Attorney General of the United States. My best friend was the Attorney General of the United States. And he was imparting information to me that indicated not only that crime, but a series of other crimes perpetrated by people in the White House that I had worked for. Now, that's all I was trying to say by being drawn inexorably into a situation of personal conscience.
Even if you felt that these activities had the potential of hurting the President of the United States, you decided that the ethics of your profession required you to keep a lid on?
Senator, I gave a man my word under my oath that he could confide in me. I thought I was just investigating one crime. He imparted to me knowledge of other felonies. And as I read my oath, I was duty-bound not to disclose that confidence. And had I gone to the authorities that day and told them what Mr. Liddy had told me, I think I probably would have been subject to disciplinary action, severe disciplinary action. So I say I've never practiced criminal law. I don't know how people react to these situations. They carry these things in their mind. They can't disclose it. This was unbearable to me.
If the ethics of your profession prevented you from disclosing the information imparted to you by Mr. Liddy, why did you discuss this with Mr. Mitchell?
I made that a precondition to my taking his information in confidence.
Did you discuss this with Mr. Magruder?
No, sir.
Or
I
with
never
anyone
discussed
else?
it with anyone else but Mr. Mitchell.
And was Mr. Mitchell precluded by some ethics to keep that to himself?
Mr. Mitchell will have to speak for himself on that. I don't wish to pass judgment.
Were you given the formal title of counsel to the committee on June the 17th?
I don't believe it's formal. I appear, I believe, on the pleadings as counsel to the committee.
At that time, it was your belief that you were personal counsel to Mr. Liddy?
No, sir, and I so explained it to him. I was counsel for the committee, and he was an employee of the committee. I told him that as an employee of the committee, he could speak to me in confidence, although he could not retain me as his personal attorney, and that I would hold his confidence inviolate.
And even if this information had a potential of injuring your major client, the committee, you kept it to yourself?
I did not keep it to myself. I told it to the head of the committee, and that was the reason I insisted on that condition.
But it is your testimony that if this had been received 2 months ago, you would have arrested him.
I wouldn't have been in a position of being his attorney 2 months ago. I would have been Assistant Attorney General 2 months ago.
And you would have arrested him?
Well, I would have taken whatever procedures were necessary to see that he was brought to justice.
I thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In a moment, Senator Lowell Weicker will probe Mardian's duties at the Justice Department, including a role in the Pentagon Papers case. For now, we're going to take a break. Public television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearing, Senator Weicker is about to question Robert Mardian.
Mr. Mardian, yesterday in your testimony, you indicated that when you went to the Miami Convention, you suggested to, I think, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. McGregor and maybe others, that you wanted to have a memorandum, or that you would be glad to write a memorandum setting forth your knowledge of this matter, and that you were subsequently ordered not to write such a memorandum. Now, if there's a different paraphrase of this, you tell me what it is.
Oh, I think you're referring to a conversation I had with Mr. Mitchell prior to that time.
Prior to the Miami Convention?
Yes, I suggested that memorandum to Mr. Mitchell.
And then subsequently, am I correct, you were ordered not to prepare such a memorandum?
Yes, sir.
Who ordered you?
Mr. Mitchell.
Well, doesn't that seem a little bit strange to go ahead and indicate that you would like to set down in writing your findings and then have the individual that you suggested to turn you down?
I didn't think the decision was a wise one on his part, and in retrospect, I think he would agree with me on that.
Well, never mind what he thinks. I'm talking about what you think. You obviously thought the situation serious enough so that you wanted to put everything down in written form. Is that correct?
I thought that a memorandum should be prepared for his signature for the files to explain the situation as it then existed.
Now, as I recall, you also talked to Mr. McGregor at the Miami Convention. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated to Mr. McGregor that matters of a serious nature had come to your attention and you felt he ought to hear about them.
It came in the context, Senator, of his having made a series of statements regarding the lack of involvement of any member presently employed, as I recall, by the committee to re-elect. I suggested to him that there was a serious exposure with respect to certain employees of the committee. He should be made aware of it, and hopefully to prevent him from making further statements that might put him in a bad light subsequently.
And he turned you down?
He told me, as I best recall, he was in a hurry. He wanted to leave before I got in the room, that he had been assured before he took the job that no one employed in the committee at that time had been involved. He accepted that, and he didn't want to hear any more about it, or words to that effect.
And yet at that particular moment in time, you were indicating to him that such assurances that had been given to him just weren't fact.
I think the fair import of what I told him should have indicated that to him, yes, sir.
At any subsequent time, did you again try to make contact with Mr. McGregor, or was that it?
Sir, I had tried on numerous occasions prior to that time, and I think that was the last attempt.
That was the last attempt you've made to communicate with him your misgivings?
By that time, I was pretty much out of Watergate as such. This was around August the 20th, 21st. Whenever it was, the first opportunity I could see him down there.
Now, Mr. Mardian, there are three areas that I'd like to handle, and I'll try to restrict my questioning on the first go-around, but specifically they do relate to the commonly called the Pentagon Papers and to the Kissinger taps and to your handling of the Internal Security Division, these three areas. Now, I'd like to cover some of the same ground that Senator Talmadge covered to try to get a more complete story on your flight to San Clemente and your receipt of what I refer to, what has been referred to as the Kissinger taps. As I understand it, in late September of 1971, you were contacted by Mr. William Sullivan. Is that correct? On the matter that he had these tapes and he wanted to hand them over to
Late September?
Of 71.
I think it was far earlier than that. It must have been June.
June of 1971?
That's my best recollection.
Was it
June or July?
Was it due to the fact that he felt he was on his way out and he had these tapes and he wanted to transmit them to some responsible individual?
I've tried to relate as best I can what he told me, that they were not in the ordinary channels of the Bureau. They were in his office safe, that his opinion was that he was going to be terminated pretty soon. He was concerned about what would happen to them if they fell into the possession of his successor.
Now, at that time, did he also indicate to you that, what was he referring to? Was he referring to the logs?
He's referring to logs of national security surveillances.
That were in his possession?
Yes, sir.
Did he at that time indicate also to you as to who possessed the summaries of the logs?
I don't recall a specific conversation, Senator. Because of the number of them, I wasn't sure at one time whether he delivered me the summaries or the logs, and as it now develops, talking to Mr. Sullivan, they were logs and summaries and correspondence.
In order to all right. Upon his initial communication with you, did you then go to the Attorney General?
Yes.
Ask for his recommendation on this matter?
I didn't ask for recommendation, I don't think. I merely relayed to the Attorney General what Mr. Sullivan had told me.
And did the Attorney General give you a response as to how to handle Mr. Sullivan's offer?
No, sir.
Why do you think Mr. Sullivan came to you with this offer?
Mr. Sullivan was a friend of mine, and I think he probably had, I'm sure he had quicker access to me than anyone else in the department.
And do you feel it's because of his dislike of the director that he didn't turn to his immediate superior, the director of the FBI?
Based upon what he told me, he was concerned about the motives of the director.
And again, what were those motives as he described them to you?
My best recollection is that he thought that the director might use, as I've said, these logs to maintain his position as director. I don't know what Mr. Sullivan's recollection of it is, but that's my recollection.
He didn't indicate to you as to why he felt that the director could use these logs to maintain his position?
I've given it to you the best I can, Senator.
All right, let's proceed. Let's proceed then with the subsequent events. You did not then go back to Mr. Sullivan prior to flying out to California to meet with the president to get any portion of the materials that he held?
No, sir.
In your meeting at San Clemente, you met with the president on this matter specifically?
Yes, sir.
And what did you describe to the president as the situation?
I believe I simply told him in response to his question what Mr. Sullivan told me.
And did you tell the president that you'd received no instructions from the Attorney General? Or was that discussed in any way?
No, sir. First, I told the Attorney General, and the next thing, I didn't hear from the Attorney General on it. The next thing I knew, and it was some time later, the Attorney General at that time, as I recall, was at the American Bar Association convention in England, in London.
And what did the president order done?
He instructed me to obtain the materials from Mr. Sullivan and deliver them to Mr. Ehrlichman.
Did you know at that time, at the time of those instructions, that the material to be handed over to you by Mr. Sullivan included more than just material held by Mr. Sullivan?
I don't quite follow.
Let me be very specific. I think both you and I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, you have the advantage because I don't.
Were the materials to be collected by Mr. Sullivan, or some of the materials to be collected, in the hands of Mr. Haldeman?
No, sir.
In the hands of Mr. Ehrlichman?
No, sir.
Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Ehrlichman, for example, had none of the summaries and none of the correspondence based on these taps?
We're getting into areas of procedure at the Department of Justice, but
No,
I
we're
presume
not.
I can...
Let me be very specific, Mr. Mardian. Was not the object of turning this task over to Mr. Sullivan to assure that all materials connected with these taps were collected by one man, Mr. Sullivan, to be turned over to you, to be turned over to Mr. Ehrlichman?
No, sir. I was given the obligation of checking with Dr. Kissinger and with Mr. Haldeman to ensure that they had copies of their summaries, but they were never collected or delivered to me.
Were they collected by Mr. Sullivan?
No, sir.
So the only task that was assigned to Mr. Sullivan was to hand over to you what he personally had, nothing else.
That's right.
You indicated there was correspondence based on these logs. Does Mr. Sullivan write himself?
No, I don't recall any correspondence, and I didn't know there was correspondence in these two parcels.
Mr. Mardian, I think if we go over the testimony that you've given to me here this morning, you indicated there were logs, there were summaries, and possibly correspondence based on those logs.
Mr. Sullivan told me that there were logs, summaries, and correspondence.
In his files?
In his possession, yes.
And that nothing turned over to you came from any other source except from his own personal files?
The Bureau files.
Bureau files. Is that correct?
Yes, if you'd tell me what you're driving at, Senator, maybe I could help you.
I wish I had Mr. Sullivan here, and I'm sure the committee will have Mr. Sullivan here, so that he could, in a first-hand way, and I think we'll leave it in that fashion, describe as to what his orders were. Let's move on to the... is there anything further? I don't want to leave this. I don't want you to speculate. I don't want hearsay information. I only want your first-hand testimony. What you are telling this committee, you returned to Mr. Sullivan and ordered him to turn over those materials in his possession relative to the Kissinger taps.
I didn't order him. I told him what my instructions were, and he...
on the authority of the President. Is that correct?
I believe I told him that's where my instructions came from. I may not have. I don't know. I may have said the Attorney General. I'm not sure.
And so
my recollection is that I told him that I talked to the President and that those were my instructions.
And so that at that particular moment in time, he had nothing further to do but empty out his drawers and give you the materials therein. Is that right? You received that? You received those materials right then?
No, sir.
You did not?
No, sir.
Well, when did you receive them?
I don't recall. It was some time later.
Well, why the delay, Mr. Mardian?
Well, he didn't have them with him. My conversation with him took place in my office.
Well, by some time later, in other words, you're only indicating a matter of hours, or you're indicating a matter of days or weeks?
It may have been a day, it may have been 2 days, I don't know. It may have been a week. I'm not...
Well, obviously this was a matter of some urgency if, in fact, you're put aboard a courier plane to fly out to California and given orders personally by the President. This isn't something that's just left hanging. It's obviously a matter of considerable urgency to the President, isn't it?
The urgency, I believe, was, if there was any, was that the President wanted to talk to me, and if he was in San Clemente and I was in Washington and the plane was leaving, I don't think he would have thought anything of having me get on the plane and go out there.
So there wasn't anything particularly urgent about picking up these materials from Mr. Sullivan?
I did not obtain any expressions of urgency. The only urgency was on the part of Mr. Sullivan.
Did you think it rather strange that these should go the route of you to Mr. Ehrlichman rather than to have these materials handed over to the director of the FBI?
The purpose was to take them out of the custody of his office because of the concern he expressed with respect to the director of the FBI.
All right, then, Mr. Mardian, the concern then wasn't just Mr. Sullivan's concern, it was also the concern of yourself and the concern of the President. Is that correct?
I can't say that I was concerned. I didn't know. I didn't want to assess the dispute between Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Hoover.
But the dispute was assessed by the President when, in fact, the order was to turn the tapes over to you and then to give them to Mr. Ehrlichman.
I believe Mr. Sullivan made an assessment, and I would say the President made a judgment.
Made a judgment based on Mr. Sullivan's assessment?
Yes, sir.
Can you try and recollect again as to the period of time that elapsed between your request of Mr. Sullivan and when you received the materials from him as ordered by the President?
I can't, Senator.
Now, you made some reference to the fact that you contacted certain individuals to try to get materials relative to the same set of tapes. Or am I unclear on that?
There was an index of summaries. In other words, a list of all of the summaries that had been sent to Dr. Kissinger and the President.
They're the only ones that received summaries?
I'm not sure. When I was questioned about this, I think the Attorney General received some of them, but not all of them.
Right.
The President wanted to make sure that each of these people had in their possession the summaries that had been sent to them by the FBI.
Do you have any recollection of Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Ehrlichman receiving summaries?
Not Mr. Ehrlichman. Mr. Haldeman held them for the President. And I requested, I believe I gave Mr. Haldeman a list of the documents which he was supposed to have received for him to check against what he had in his possession. I believe I went to see Dr. Kissinger, and General Haig was present, and they checked their files at that time.
So this was not really a minor matter. This was a roundup of trying to pull together all aspects of what we call the Kissinger tapes. Would that not be a fair...
It wasn't to round up Dr. Kissinger's tapes, as I recall, but to find out if he had all of his summaries. That's all. I didn't collect anything. I simply gave Dr. Kissinger or General Haig a copy of the summaries, a list of the summaries by dates that they were to have received. And I believe General Haig, while Dr. Kissinger and I were in his office, went out and checked to see if they had intact everything they were supposed to have. And that was the end of my discussion with them.
When was it then that the matter was closed out as between yourself and Mr. Sullivan?
When he delivered them, when he delivered what he had to my office.
And then you delivered that to Mr. Ehrlichman?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if we can move just for a minute over to the area of the Pentagon Papers. I wonder if you might not consider very carefully the statement you made earlier relative to your contacts with Mr. Liddy. Now, I'm talking not about your contacts with Mr. Liddy at the Committee to Re-elect the President, but your contacts with Mr. Liddy in your capacity as the Assistant Attorney General, head of the Internal Security Division. You cited one instance where on some, was it treaty or agreement or negotiation, you had contact with Mr. Liddy?
Yes, sir.
Would you please try and recollect as to whether or not you had any meetings with Mr. Liddy relative to the Pentagon Papers investigation?
I believe Mr. Liddy came to my office with Mr. Young on one occasion. May have been more, but that's all I can recall. They were acting as liaison with the State Department, the Defense Department, and the Justice Department. The White House was very concerned about the Pentagon Papers case.
I am not, and I don't mean to impute in any way knowledge by you of any illegal activities of Mr. Liddy. I'm talking about what you considered, what anybody else would consider at that moment in time, perfectly legitimate activities by Mr. Liddy. I'm not trying to bring forth knowledge now in our possession and impute that to you at that moment in time. But I want to be quite precise on the fact as to your meetings with Mr. Liddy and as to the number of those meetings and what they concerned. Now, you indicate now that there might have been one meeting. Are you sure there might not have been more than one meeting in his capacity as liaison on the Pentagon Papers case?
I can't. He may have been over there more than once, but I know that he was making the rounds of state, defense, and justice. At that time, we were working. We were under the gun. The time was short. We had deadlines in filing pleadings. I believe we went from the district court to the circuit court, to the district court, to the circuit court, to the Supreme Court in something less than 3 weeks. And in my office were the heads of the National Security Agency, Admiral Geiler, and I worked with, and other similar people. I was working with Bill McCumber from State, Fred Buzzhart from Defense, and we had all kinds of people going through that office. Now, if Mr. Liddy was there during that turmoil, the Justice Department was the headquarters for the operation.
I don't mean to be unfair to you. It is my knowledge that there were many staff meetings just of the nature that you described in your office, and that Mr. Liddy was present at those meetings.
Well, I'm not trying to be evasive, or I just don't recall. I recall him. I don't recall him at any of those staff meetings, frankly. The occasion that he came to my office was with Fred Young to get a report on how we were doing in the Pentagon Papers case. That's as I recall it.
I believe your reference is to David Young, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
David Young.
He was on Dr. Kissinger's staff.
You say you were under the gun. Can you drop back in time and indicate as to whether or not you received any instructions personally from the President on the matter of the Pentagon Papers case?
I can't. I should recall if there was a communication between the President and me, but I was made aware of the extreme concern of the President. I recall the meeting in San Clemente. Most of that meeting concerned his expressions to me about the fact that his very ability to govern was threatened. The peace of the world was threatened. He talked about SALT. He said SALT, the Strategic Arm Limitation Treaty, was the most important thing that faced this nation if we were to preserve the peace of the world. and that information from the National Security Council relating to the American position at SALT had been in the possession of the Russians before a particular meeting. And it was in that context he expressed a very grave concern about not only SALT, but about his ability to govern if he could not maintain the confidentiality of the White House.
Is this the same San Clemente meeting where the roundup of the Kissinger tapes is discussed?
That's the only one.
Now, insofar as the pursuit of the Pentagon Papers case, was this something that there was continual communication between the White House and your office on?
No, we finally worked out a staff arrangement between State, Defense, and Justice. We were of course, prosecuting the case, but our two constituent clients were the State Department and the Defense Department.
Do you know whether or not memos were regularly sent over your signature on the Pentagon Papers case to both Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Krogh?
I sent a daily memo to the Attorney General. It was prepared for my signature, and I signed it, and if copies went to them, I would not think that unusual.
But no reports either from you or in the way of FBI memos were sent over your signature to Mr. Krogh?
Not to my knowledge. I used to sign a lot of papers, but I don't recall sending FBI memos over, and if one was requested, I think I probably would have complied. Maybe not with the revelations of today. I might have sent them to the Attorney General and asked him to send them to the White House, but...
Mr. Mardian, or Mr. Chairman, I don't want to take up further time in the committee. It is my intention to question Mr. Mardian on other matters relative to the Internal Security Division under his leadership. And at this time, I'll pass to other members of the committee.
Well, Senator, I would suggest that it be just as good at this time as any other time. Oh, we got 10 minutes here.
I believe Senator Montoya is prepared to question. I'm perfectly willing to wait, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Montoya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mardian, going back to the period right after June 17th in California, I believe you testified that you had on 3 occasions talked to Mr. Magruder about Watergate and the possible involvement here in Washington with respect to the personnel of CRP. Now, one of the conferences that you had with Mr. Magruder was on the way to the airport where Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Magruder, and Mr. LaRue were going to attend a conference. That is correct, isn't it?
I'm awfully sorry, Senator. I didn't follow your prefatory statement.
I was referring to the briefings or conversations that you had with Mr. Magruder during your trip from one hotel to the airport hotel where Mr. Mitchell and some of you were going to attend some meetings.
Yes, sir.
And it was on that trip that Mr. Magruder started telling you about the Watergate and some of the ramifications. Is that correct?
No, sir.
At what meeting did Mr. Magruder first broach the subject and possible involvement to you?
The first information he gave me was and I'm not sure it was a banquet room, but it was a room next to the meeting room where the political meeting was being held.
I believe that you stated in your interview with the committee, the secret interview, that one of these conferences took place with Mr. Magruder while you were in transit to the airport hotel.
The only thing, as I recall, he said to me was that he had a slight PR problem.
And you didn't go into it any deeper?
I tried to. He indicated, I think by gesture, that he could not discuss the matter further in the presence of the national committeeman from California, who was in the car with us.
That's what you stated yesterday.
Yes.
Now then you went into the hotel.
Yes, sir.
And there you indicated you had a briefing from Mr. Magruder.
Yes, sir.
Now what kind of a briefing did you receive from him?
I think I've related, you want me to repeat what I said yesterday? It was quite a long briefing and I'd have to look at my notes.
Well, let me just ask you some questions.
Yes, sir.
Did he relate to you in that briefing about the budget that had been approved for Mr. Liddy?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Did he discuss the employment of Mr. Liddy?
To the extent that...
with respect to Watergate?
Not with respect to Watergate.
Did he discuss with you the intelligence assignment of Mr. Liddy?
No, he didn't describe it as an intelligence assignment at that time.
How did he describe it?
As I recall, it was he was in charge of dirty tricks and black advance. He either told me dirty tricks at that time and black advance later, or both of them.
Now, did you, as an inquiring lawyer, ask him to amplify that particular phrase or phrases?
I don't know at that time. I may have.
Well, did he discuss any more details?
Well, to the best of my recollection, he indicated that he should have suspected that Mr. Liddy would do something like that.
All right, then you left the hotel and went back to the Beverly Hills Hotel.
Yes, sir.
And on this trip, do I understand that you were accompanied by Mr. Mitchell, Mr. LaRue? That's about all?
Mr. Magruder.
And Mr. Magruder?
Yes, sir.
And did you, on your way to the Beverly Hills Hotel, discuss any phase of the break-in?
As I've said, I'm not sure. We may have. We hadn't had an opportunity, to my knowledge, to talk. I hadn't had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Mitchell since I had the briefing. Mr. Mitchell was in perpetual motion from the time we arrived there at 11 or a little before until we left, which I presume was sometime after 2 o'clock.
Well, wasn't it the natural thing for you to do to discuss with Mr. Mitchell just exactly what you had been discussing with Mr. Magruder?
Yes, I said that it would be very natural, except we were in a car with a strange driver.
Did the car have a window that could be closed from the front?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, then you went to the Beverly Hills Hotel, and I understand that immediately you did have a briefing on the whole matter.
Yeah, that's my recollection.
And it was there that you started discussing the public relations question which Mr. Magruder had first broached to you, and tried to bring about some kind of a press statement.
No, Mr. Magruder's reference to a slight PR problem was a very facetious statement. He was referring to Watergate and the break-in and the burglary and the arrest.
But what did you discuss at the meeting at the Beverly Hills Hotel when Mr. Mitchell was present?
We did discuss there a PR response to the problem, but that's not what Mr. Magruder was referring to.
All right, in what context did you have those discussions? What specifics came out?
What specifics? I can't recall the specifics of the discussion.
Well, you must have, because you subsequently tried to advise Mr. Mitchell and the others as to the contents of the press statement. You must have had all the facts by that time.
I had all the facts that Mr. Liddy had given me, yes, sir.
All right.
I mean, Mr. Magruder had obtained from Mr. Liddy.
You mean to tell me that you did not have any facts and still you were trying to advise Mr. Mitchell as to the contents of a press statement?
Well, I had quite a few, we had quite a few facts at that time.
Well, why do you call it a briefing then if there was no briefing?
Sir.
Why did you call the meeting at the Beverly Hills Hotel a briefing if no facts came out at that meeting?
I think I related all the facts that came out. Mr. Magruder briefed me on his telephone conversation with Mr. Liddy earlier that morning.
And as a matter of fact, you had some telephone conversations with Mr. Liddy, did you not?
Not at that time.
When? Was it Sunday?
No, I had one with Mr. Liddy, I believe, well, in that afternoon. But the only subject, Mr. Liddy, as I said, would not talk on the phone. The only thing he wanted to convey to me was an urgent desire for me to return to Washington.
Then you testified yesterday that you received a draft of a press statement that you did not agree with.
Yes, sir.
And that you had made some changes.
Yes, sir.
Now, what was the original draft and what changes did you make?
I don't recall.
What was the tenor?
The tenor of the statement was to the effect that the break-in was unauthorized, that Mr. McCord was the head of McCord Associates, that he had other clients, and that the committee did not condone that type of conduct, and it certainly had no place in American politics or words to that effect.
Well, with what part of that statement did you disagree?
I disagreed with that portion of it that indicated that McCord Associates might have been in the employ of another client when I was aware of the fact that Mr. McCord was devoting his full time to the affairs of the committee to re-elect the president. And I didn't feel that Mr. Mitchell should sign his, or to have that statement issued under his name when we had facts to the contrary.
You had facts from Mr. McCord, and you had other facts from the conversations that you had with Mr. Liddy.
We had no facts from Mr. McCord at that time.
I mean not McCord, Magruder. I'm sorry, from Mr. Magruder.
What Mr. Magruder told me was of such a nature that I didn't feel that Mr. Mitchell should sign that press release in the form it was in.
So, in view of the factual situation that had been developed up to that time and what you knew Mr. Mitchell was aware of, is it your opinion that this was a dishonest press statement? Or let's put it another way, do you feel that it was inaccurate?
It certainly was an overstatement based upon the facts that were available, I felt, to Mr. Mitchell.
Now, you indicated also that you were appointed counsel on that particular day for the CRP by Mr. Mitchell.
I think he told me he wanted me to take the legal responsibility for the repercussions that were sure to come from Watergate, yes.
Was it for the CRP or for the Watergate? For the Watergate episode?
I think it was limited to on behalf of the CRP for the Watergate episode, sir.
Well, you knew at that time that Mr. Liddy was the counsel, and were you going to take over his job?
He was not counsel at that time.
Well, he was counsel and then also counsel to the Finance Committee, was he not?
He was counsel for the Finance Committee, I believe, at that time, yes, sir.
Now, you had been engaged in the Department of Justice in a capacity as Assistant Attorney General when the Ellsberg investigation was launched.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And you knew after your conference with Mr. Liddy that he was involved in the Ellsberg break-in with Mr. Hunt, so he told you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in spite of your involvement as a responsible official in the Department of Justice, you agreed to take over as counsel for Mr. Liddy in a connecting link of the dirty tricks conspiracies that he had launched.
I did not undertake to represent Mr. Liddy. I told him I could not represent him in his personal capacity.
Well, didn't you indicate that, and you so argued before Judge Sirica that you had talked to Mr. Liddy in a confidential capacity as attorney and client?
Yes, sir.
Well, doesn't that indicate that you had assumed employment by Mr. Liddy or a relationship which was inconsistent with your previous role at the Department of Justice with respect to the Ellsberg case?
Senator, the biggest surprise I ever received in my life, as I think I told you, was the disclosure that he made to me after I told him he could talk to me in confidence.
Then wasn't your appointment as counsel and your acceptance of this assignment inconsistent with the disavowals that were going out that the CRP nor any of its personnel had any complicity in the Watergate affair? Wasn't that inconsistent?
Senator, I doubt seriously if an attorney for a client can disavow what his client says when he has received information, and the only basis for knowing that the statement is not true is information he obtained in a fiduciary capacity.
Well, the point I'm trying to make, Mr. Mardian, is that you knew more about the involvement of these people than what you have told this committee, did you not?
I knew more. I've tried to tell this committee as candidly and as frankly as I can everything I know.
Well, did you know of any involvement as a result of your conferences with Mr. Liddy, of any involvement on the part of any personnel at the White House?
No, other than what I've stated.
With respect to Mr. Strachan, with respect to Mr. Ehrlichman, or Mr. Haldeman?
Mr. Strachan, Mr. Ehrlichman, and Mr. Haldeman were not mentioned, sir.
Now, you inquired of Mr. Liddy as to the possibility that someone in the burglary group had it in mind that they would be arrested to embarrass the committee to re-elect the president. You testified to that yesterday.
I raised that as a possibility.
Yes. Now, was this the source of some of the planted stories that were circulated in the press, not as fact, but as possibilities with respect to double agents?
No, I think I learned that in the press. The press was calling it such a bungled job. The descriptions of it at the time were almost comical.
Now, going to Miss Dita Beard, I believe Mr. Liddy told you that he was involved in that escapade, if you can call it that.
Yes, sir.
And that Mr. Hunt also had a prominent part there.
Yes, sir. He said the group, and I presume that included Mr. Hunt.
Well, there's been previous testimony here that Mr. Hunt was assigned to visit Denver and talk to Mrs. Beard. Did Mr. Liddy tell you this?
I don't recall that. Mr. LaRue recalls it. We both have. He recalls he recalls some things I don't recall, and I recall some things I guess he doesn't recall. My recollection of what he said was, we were the ones responsible for getting Dita Beard out of town.
Mm-hmm. And he also told you that he was a member of the plumbers group.
The word plumbers never came up, and I don't...
Well, in what context did he tell you that he was connected with this group?
He told me that their group had been operating for some considerable period of time, and he did not characterize the group as plumbers.
Then you knew about Mr. Liddy's involvement after you talked to Mr. Liddy. You knew about Mr. Hunt's involvement. You knew that Mr. Liddy had been working for the government and subsequently with the CRP. You also knew that Mr. Hunt was also working for the White House about that time. Did you not?
Yes, sir.
And you knew you were the Assistant Attorney General and knew that the Department of Justice was investigating the ITT matter, and the White House was also interested, so the press statements indicated, in trying to unravel the possible government involvement in the ITT affair. Now, did you, after you heard from Mr. Liddy, after he reported all these details to you, tell anyone in authority about such involvement on the part of Mr. Liddy and Mr. Hunt?
In ITT?
Yes. No, in the Dita Beard affair.
I reported as best I could everything he told me to Mr. Mitchell.
Did you report it to anyone in authority at the Department of Justice?
No, sir.
Didn't you feel that it was your duty to do so?
Sir, I was not in the Department of Justice at that time.
But you had been there as an official.
I was a private person. I was representing the committee, and I think I explained as fully as I can my relationship at the time I talked to Mr. Liddy.
Now, with respect to the budget discussions with Mr. Mitchell about the $250,000 budget plan, you indicated that this discussion took place in the presence of Mr. Magruder. Were there any other discussions about this particular budget in the presence of Mr. Mitchell or Mr. LaRue or Mr. Dean or others?
I don't recall, sir.
Could it have been possible then that such discussions had taken place?
It's possible, yes, sir.
When did you first learn of the $250,000 Liddy budget?
I believe I've testified. I'm not positive. To the best of my recollection, and my recollection even changes while I'm here, I think it was in the confrontation that I had with Mr. Magruder in Mr. Mitchell's office. It could have been in California. It could have been between that time and that meeting, but as of right now, I would say my best recollection is it was immediately after we came back, and it had to do with Mr. Magruder's statement to me that he had dispersed $40,000 to Mr. Liddy. And my response and Mr. Mitchell's response elicited the statement, but it's only $40,000 of the $250,000 budget.
What day was that, would you say?
Could have been the 23rd. Could have, I believe it was 23rd.
Then, going back to the meeting of June 20th at Mr. LaRue's apartment, it was there that you had the debriefing of Mr. Liddy with respect to his involvement in this affair.
I have stated my best recollection is that the meeting was on the 21st. It could possibly have been on the 20th, but
well, everyone has testified that it did occur on the 20th, and we're assuming that that was the date.
Well, I'm assuming it was the 21st, Senator.
All right. Now, assuming that it was the 20th, as three other persons have testified, did you, what time did this debriefing occur?
I've said I cannot recall. Based upon my records, I speculated that it was in the morning.
All right. Then, did you, on the same day, proceed to brief Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And who accompanied you on this briefing?
Mr. LaRue.
Who else?
That's all.
And at what time in the afternoon did you brief Mr. Mitchell?
I don't recall, sir. I think I've testified that I don't recall exactly when I met with Mr. Liddy. My best recollection is that I would have told Mr. Mitchell as soon as I could have obtained access to him.
you know that Mr. Mitchell, shortly after this meeting, had called the President of the United States? About what, we don't know.
I believe, Senator, that Mr. Mitchell's records show a meeting on the 21st of some duration in the afternoon, which would have coincided with my recollection. And if he made a call to the President after that, I'm not aware of it.
Now, the committee counsel asked you in your appearance before the special committee what your reaction was to the stories Mr. Mitchell was telling about this time, that no one in the committee was involved in this. And you stated to the committee counsel as follows, or in this tenor, that your personal reaction was anguish and torment to the statements being made at that time by Mr. Mitchell. Now, what did you mean by that?
I don't know that I use those adjectives. It would describe my feelings, sir.
Well, can you amplify?
I think those adjectives describe my feelings.
What statements gave you the torment? What statements that Mr. Mitchell was making?
Senator, lawyers are not supposed to make judgments, pass judgments. They're supposed to represent their clients and wait until a court makes that judgment. I, as most lawyers, am human. I felt I knew that what was going out was not as I had surmised, and that was difficult for me.
Well, the reason I've been asking you to amplify these statements because they might, your possible answers might shed some light in trying to resolve the contradictory nature of testimony that has been adduced with respect to certain substantive facts here by the same people who were at meetings with you, Mr. Mardian, and the committee is faced with the choice of selecting your testimony as against the testimony of Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, Mr. Magruder, and Mr. LaRue with respect to some of these matters of substance. And without amplification, we cannot reach a judgment, so we're at an impasse with respect to this testimony, unless we want to resort to the weight of testimony theory. Now, I've asked you as sincerely as I could questions which might amplify your conclusions with respect to some of these matters, and I'm sorry that you have not given us more detail. But I wish to thank you for your patience in listening to my questions.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Mr. Chairman.
I believe that they might as well. I understand they'll have two votes in the Senate at noon, and so I presume that we can't finish with this witness before that time. The committee will stand in recess till 2 o'clock.
Senators recess for a lunch break. We're going to pause in our videotape playback of the hearings. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a break for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service.
I believe, Senator, that Mr. Mitchell's records show a meeting on the 21st of some duration in the afternoon, which would have coincided with my recollection. And if he made a call to the President after that, I'm not aware of it.
Now, the committee counsel asked you in your appearance before the special committee what your reaction was to the stories Mr. Mitchell was telling about this time, that no one in the committee was involved in this. And you stated to the committee counsel as follows, or in this tenor, that your personal reaction was anguish and torment to the statements being made at that time by Mr. Mitchell. Now, what did you mean by that?
I don't know that I use those adjectives. It would describe my feelings, sir.
Can you amplify?
I think those adjectives describe my feelings.
What statements gave you the torment? What statements that Mr. Mitchell was making?
Senator, lawyers are not supposed to make judgments, pass judgments. They're supposed to represent their clients and wait until a court makes that judgment. I, as most lawyers, am human. I felt I knew that what was going out was not as I had surmised, and that was difficult for me.
Well, the reason I've been asking you to amplify these statements because they might, your possible answers might shed some light in trying to resolve the contradictory nature of testimony that has been adduced with respect to certain substantive facts here by the same people who were at meetings with you, Mr. Mardian, and the committee is faced with the choice of selecting your testimony as against the testimony of Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, Mr. Magruder, and Mr. LaRue with respect to some of these matters of substance. And without amplification, we cannot reach a judgment, so we're at an impasse with respect to this testimony, unless we want to resort to the weight of testimony theory. Now, I've asked you as sincerely as I could questions which might amplify your conclusions with respect to some of these matters, and I'm sorry that you have not given us more detail. But I wish to thank you for your patience in listening to my questions.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Mr. Chairman.
I believe that they might as well. I understand they'll have two votes in the Senate at noon, and so I presume that we can't finish with this witness before that time. The committee will stand in recess till 2 o'clock.
Senators recess for a lunch break. We're going to pause in our videotape playback of the hearings. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a break for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
Picking up the testimony again, Senator Ervin is about to question Robert Mardian.
Mr. Mardian, you were asked by Senator Gurney, rather you testified in response to a question by Senator Gurney, that you didn't believe something that Liddy said in the conversation you had with him, the first conversation you had, as I understand it. And I was sort of uncertain on my own mind what it was you said you didn't believe he told you.
I believe it was in response to whether I believe the President of the United States had authorized him to break into the Watergate.
Did Liddy ever claim that to you?
I believe I testified that he did not use the President's name, but he meant to clearly imply that to me.
Well, what did he say that gave rise to that implication, as near as you can recall it?
Senator, I've tried desperately as I can with the committee staff to recount the conversation, and it was with some degree of caution that I tried to testify. I was testifying as to my recollection of what impression he made on me or attempted to convey to me, and that was what that was the implication or the impression.
But you do remember it was not an express charge that the President of the United States had authorized this.
As I said,
there was an implication rather than you drew from something he said rather than an express statement on his part.
He may have said the President. I can't recall it. That was what he clearly intended to imply to me, sir.
Yes. And you didn't believe that. But you don't know what Liddy believed, do you?
No, sir.
Yes. I understood you to testify that you didn't have a chance to inform Mr. McGregor of what you knew about these matters until the Republican convention.
Yes, sir.
Now, when did the Republican convention meet?
August 20th.
August. Now, I'm informed, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm informed that your diary indicates that you met with Mr. McGregor on the following occasions. July the 3rd, 1972, at 1:45 p.m., 2:30 p.m., political coordination with McGregor, 3rd and 4th conference room, 5 p.m., McGregor, July the 12th, 1972, 4 p.m., McGregor, July the 13th, 1972, tentative meeting with McGregor, whatever that could be, July the 24th, 1972, 8:45 a.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m., McGregor in each instance. Can you explain this to the committee?
Yes, I think Mr. McGregor's records would show that nearly all of those were canceled, sir. I may have met with him on July the 3rd, I believe, but that wasn't... yes, that was not alone. As I recall, it was he had everybody in, a lot of people in to talk to right after he came over to the committee. I think his records would be the best evidence. I tried to make appointments, made appointments, and more often than not, they were canceled.
In other words, your diary records appointments which were made, but which were not necessarily kept. Is that what you're telling us?
My occasion in talking to Mr. McGregor on the occasion I did was one of insistence because of, as I recall, a press release that he had issued.
You agree with me that of all inhabitants of the universe, the one best qualified to testify about, or rather to tell best qualified to testify in respect to whether the President did or did not know anything about the Watergate affair is the President himself?
I believe that's a fair statement, sir.
Senator Chalmers, do you have any other questions?
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Weichel.
Now, Mr. Mardian, I'd like to read to you, if I might, and have your comment on the opening statement of Mr. Dean, where he states, "The Watergate matter was an inevitable outgrowth of a climate of excessive concern over the political impact of demonstrators, excessive concern over leaks, and insatiable appetite for political intelligence, all coupled with a do-it-yourself White House staff regardless of the law." Would you care to comment on that in terms of your own experience both at the Internal Security Division and at the Committee to Re-elect the President?
I can't really speak for John Dean.
No, I'm just asking you to speak for yourself. Do you consider that to be factual, or would you phrase it another way?
Would you mind reading? There were several
Sure.
items.
The Watergate matter was an inevitable outgrowth of a climate of excessive concern over the political impact of demonstrators, excessive concern over leaks, and insatiable appetite for political intelligence, all coupled with a do-it-yourself White House staff regardless of the law.
Pardon me, please.
Excessive concern of the White House over demonstrations, leaks, political intelligence, and do-it-yourself.
I would say this, that there was an extreme concern in the government with respect to leaks, certainly, out of the White House. There was a grave concern over the demonstrations. And apparently there was a do-it-yourself program going on at the White House, as disclosed by these hearings.
Well, you're right. We certainly know that a political intelligence operation was going on insofar as the Committee to Re-elect the President. That's true, is it not?
Apparently.
Well, I mean, not apparently. I mean, apparently, I'd ask you to be a little more specific than that. I mean, you investigated this political intelligence gathering operation, did you not?
The political intelligence gathering as such?
Well, I mean, is that, would we place the Watergate break-in into that category?
Yes, if you put it in that category. I was aware of the Watergate break-in.
And that certainly was a political intelligence gathering operation, was it not?
Yes, sir.
And insofar as the leaks are concerned, you had personal concern or personal experience with the matter of the Pentagon Papers, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And the Kissinger tapes?
Yes, sir.
So that brings us really down, I suppose, to the area of demonstrators. And this is what I'd like to relate to this afternoon for a few minutes. You were sent over to head up the Internal Security Division of the Justice Department. Might I add who chose you? Might I ask who chose you for that position?
I presume the Attorney General of the United States.
And in choosing you for that position, did he lay any emphasis on you insofar as putting a halt to the demonstrations and making this a prime concern of the Internal Security Division?
No, sir. The problem of political demonstrations was handled not in my office. There was a team that had been in existence prior to this administration. It involved a group of people from the mayor's office, from the district police department, the Justice Department, the U.S. Attorney's representatives were there, the National Guard representative comprised this unit, and they had a control room, one in the mayor's office. They had one in the Department of Justice. It was set up, and it was not under internal security, but it was, as I recall, the control room at Justice was under the jurisdiction of the Deputy Attorney General. A similar control room in the mayor's office was under the jurisdiction of the mayor and his people. But they had representatives from all of these agencies.
But, of course, your particular division related to the United States, not just to the District of Columbia. Is that correct?
My division, with reference to civil disorder, was for the purpose of providing information in the event a demand was made, as constitutionally provided, by a governor of a state. Under Article 4 of the Constitution, the United States government guarantees to each state a sovereign form of government and guarantees against the overthrow of any state government by civil insurrection. Now, I don't recall the numbers to date, but I think in the history of the United States, some 18 demands for assistance have come from governors. The Attorney General of the United States has the responsibility of advising the President as to whether or not the state of insurrection is such that the federal government, under its obligation under the fourth article of the Constitution, should respond. And that requires an independent judgment on the part of the President of the United States, and the President of the United States has exercised that judgment in those 18 occasions, and I think in half the cases he's turned the governors down. But in order to make that judgment, the President has to have that type of information, and to that extent, as it relates to the potential for civil disorder, the Internal Security Division is the repository of that information.
I'm not so sure we're on the same track here, Mr. Mardian. Your division was just not an intelligence-gathering division. It also became the principal litigating division of the Justice Department.
I put it in the reverse. Principally, our job is a prosecutive function.
Right. Now, why do you believe that the personnel in Division 5, Division 5 of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, does that ring a bell?
I used to get 5 and 6 mixed up. Crimes, I think, is 6, and 5 is domestic intelligence. Is that right?
No. 5 is domestic intelligence under the direction of Mr. William Sullivan. Division 5 under William Sullivan. Is that correct?
Not when I was in the department.
Who was the head of Division 5?
Charles Brennan, and then later Edward Miller.
Division 5, did you work with Division 5 of the FBI?
I worked with most all the divisions.
Well, now, Division 5, or the personnel at Division 5, including Mr. Sullivan, who apparently is under the misapprehension that he was the head of Division 5, and Mr. Brennan was his assistant.
That was before I went to the department.
Indicated that they considered your arrival at the Internal Security Division to be a breath of fresh air. A breath of fresh air in that Their division was almost defunct insofar as any activity was concerned prior to your arrival. Did you go ahead and develop a close working relationship between Division 5 and the Internal Security Division?
I don't know that it was a close working relationship. I hope I had a close working relationship with all of the divisions of the Bureau.
Did you and Mr. Sullivan become particularly close friends?
I consider Mr. Sullivan a friend of mine, yes, sir.
Do you feel that, did you know him prior to going over to the Internal Security Division?
No, sir.
Do you
But
feel
pardon me, Mr. Sullivan wasn't in Division 5 when I went to the Internal Security Division.
Where was Mr. Sullivan?
He was then the Associate Director of the FBI.
Just to get back to a question earlier this morning, in what capacity, was it in the capacity as Associate Director of the FBI that he was given the job of the Kissinger tapes?
I don't know. I didn't know about those tapes until he came to see me.
All right, let's get back to the relationship between the Internal Security Division and Division 5. Were they both housed in the same building?
Yes, sir.
Did you utilize the investigatory capabilities of Division 5 to a great extent while you headed up the Internal Security Division?
Only with respect to ongoing litigation, as I would any other division.
Now,
and pardon me, I don't think that any of the divisions of the Bureau would appreciate saying they were used in the prosecutorial function. They send you investigative information. The attorney who has the responsibility for that particular case communicates with the division that is handling the investigation, and if the prosecutor feels they're not developing evidence sufficient to make a case, he would then write a memo indicating that they have no evidence to establish one of the elements of the crime, and if, to that extent, they would have to develop further evidence if it was available.
Were you aware when you arrived at the Internal Security Division that Division 5's activities had dwindled down to, I would say, insignificance? In other words, that they had little to do?
I didn't know that, but my arrival at the Internal Security Division coincided with the enactment in 1970 of the bombing statute, which was in the organized crime bill, as I recall it. And that reposed greater additional responsibilities in two divisions, Divisions 5 and 6, with respect to giving the federal government jurisdiction in bombing cases. And I would say that the escalation of bombings that occurred from, say, 69 to 71, and I don't want to exaggerate, I think they went from I think they were increased by 500%. And I think that's a minimal figure of cases that were within the jurisdiction of those two divisions.
Do you have any knowledge that relates to Division 5, and specifically the reason why they had dwindled down to nothingness was because personnel over previous administrations had been principally assigned to either civil rights cases or to organized crime cases?
I doubt that Division 5 went into organized crime. They have a jurisdictional problem in the Bureau like they do in other areas.
No, but what I mean to say is that personnel were drained from Division 5 to go into the areas of organized crime and civil rights.
I was unaware of that, Senator.
Mr. Mardian, does the does the following motto mean anything to you? It's been reported to me by persons that were familiar with the Internal Security Division that there was a saying prevalent in the Internal Security Division that the Constitution was not meant to be a suicide pact. Have you ever heard that?
That is a decision by the United States Supreme Court in U.S. versus Kennedy.
And is this what guided, in other words, is this what guided your stewardship of the Internal Security Division?
Certainly not.
Why do you say certainly not? What is your definition, if you will, of that phrase?
I never heard the phrase used as a motto all the time I was in the Internal Security Division. It was in a brief we filed, as I recall. And I only recall it because it's cited in the Kennedy case, which is a U.S. Supreme Court decision.
Did you feel, or did the administration feel, that crimes committed in the cause of political dissent were prosecuted less vigorously than crimes committed for money or for some other gain?
Did I feel that way?
Yes.
I don't think I felt that way, and I don't think I so expressed myself. I think those crimes are more difficult to prosecute, more difficult to get convictions on, but I don't think I ever made such an expression.
Do you have any idea of how many people were at the Internal Security Division when you were sent over there?
I would have to guess. You mean in terms of lawyers or?
In terms of lawyers, professional personnel.
I would guess somewhere in the neighborhood of 50.
Do you have any idea how many were there when you left?
Guess again, 80.
Well, the figures that I have, and of course these are subject to confirmation, is that there are somewhere around 90 when you arrived, and roughly 100.
90 lawyers?
No, I'm talking about professional personnel.
I think that included all the personnel.
And 158 when you left.
That's, I wouldn't disagree if those are the figures you got from the division.
Can you give me a reason for this additional personnel?
Yes, we had transferred to us over 6,000 selective service cases. That's one of the big reasons. We were also given the responsibility. We had a floating unit in the Department of Justice composed of lawyers from the Criminal Division, from the Civil Rights Division, and from the Internal Security Division, dealing with radical activities. If it involved, for instance, a Ku Klux Klan problem, then they had an expert from the Civil Rights Division. If they had just a general criminal bombing, they had somebody from the Criminal Division. And if they had a radical terrorist bombing, they had somebody from the Internal Security Division. When I went to Justice, they seemed to have no head, and that unit seemed to float around. And they put it in my division under my responsibility.
It would be fair to say, though, that your division acquired a beefed-up litigating capability, wouldn't it?
Yes, I would say that. And I think that the statistics on bombing and terrorist activities in the United States in numbers would indicate that the number of lawyers did not rise as fast as the number of activities that needed prosecution rose.
How many bombers and terrorists did you convict?
I don't have the statistics.
Must have some idea. Apparently this problem of major proportions, you as the head of the division must take some pride in your work. Could you indicate to me exactly how many were convicted?
I didn't keep those statistics myself. I'm sure that the department's statistics are available. The conviction rate on bombings did increase very substantially.
And also in the area of terrorism?
Well, I put those types of bombings. Those were the only ones we had jurisdiction over. Terrorist bombings.
If you had to set a list of priorities as between organized crime, civil rights, political dissent, where would you place these insofar as the division when you were its head? Were you very active in the area of organized crime?
It was not within my jurisdiction.
Civil rights?
It's not within my jurisdiction.
Well, what was within your jurisdiction?
The statutes that were allotted to the Internal Security Division.
And can you define that in layman's language as to what that included?
Well, one of the functions, for instance, of the Internal Security Division, which is little known, is the Registration Act, Foreign Agents Registration Act. Foreign Agents Registration Act has nothing to do with foreign agents of the type you think of. That means anybody that is a representative of a foreign power that is working in this country seeking to influence legislation. It's more of a lobbying statute, and they have to register with us and file reports with us every 6 months, and that is a rather time-consuming job, and it takes people to do it. Espionage, sabotage, sedition, those statutes, selective service, the bombing statute, those statutes that relate to internal security. The Subversive Activities Control Board came within my purview, but I don't think I filed any cases while I was Assistant Attorney General, and I could be mistaken on that.
Pentagon Papers case, that came within the purview of the Internal Security Division?
Espionage, that came under 793.
And the May Day demonstrations?
May Day demonstrations did not come within my purview. That was...
Mr. Chairman, Senator Weicker, I'd like to raise this question for a ruling by the chair. Mr. Chairman, I'm making a point in connection with this line of examination. I didn't raise the point earlier because I thought that there might be some peripheral relationship between this line of inquiry and something that might follow. But if I understand it correctly, any question is proper to be propounded by the senators, which is within the Resolution 60 adopted by the United States Senate, and to engage into an inquiry about the procedures of certain divisions of the Department of Justice and the kind of knowledge acquired by a former Assistant Attorney General in connection with the activities of the Department that has no remote relationship to any issue involved in Resolution 60 seems to me to be beyond the scope of the inquiry as I read Resolution 60.
Well, while the chair hates to make a ruling which might be disapproved of any member of the committee, the chair is bound to confess it agrees with your interpretation of the circumstances.
I would only say, Mr. Chairman, that clearly it's been established that Mr. Mardian did not hesitate to go ahead and issue orders to former associates over at the Internal Security Division to deliver materials to the Committee to Re-elect the President. That's already been established by Mr. McCord's testimony.
Yes, but that's not the questions you're asking.
And I would also...
You're asking about the organization or reorganization of several divisions of the Department of Justice while he was Assistant Attorney General in charge of internal security. And it's been held by the Supreme Court on a number of occasions that a congressional committee has no authority to make any inquiry except inquiries which are within the scope of the matters it's authorized to investigate. Now, it would be germane to the testimony to show that the Department of Justice was given cooperating with one of the persons involved in some of the activities in the committee is authorized to investigate, but I'm compelled to agree with counsel that this has gone outside of the scope of that.
Although, Mr. Chairman, his division was responsible for the prosecution of the Ellsberg matter, and Mr. Mardian himself was involved in the handing over of the Kissinger tapes, what I mean to say is that I think the political activity of this division was quite extensive, both under his leadership and when he departed to join the committee to re-elect the president.
Well, I think that the testimony about the Ellsberg matter is only admissible to show a plan, harmonizing with the break-in of the Watergate, that is, and to raise an inference that the same people, that the identities of the parties that were responsible. And I think it's competent if you want to ask him about anything he knows about the Ellsberg thing, but this other is going rather far outside the scope of our authority, I think.
I return again to the statement that has been made and is a matter of evidence before this committee. The Watergate matter was an inevitable outgrowth of a climate of excessive concern over the political impact of demonstrators, excessive concern over leaks, and insatiable appetite for political intelligence, all coupled with a do-it-yourself White House staff regardless of the law. And I think, Mr. Chairman, that it's been made out or pointed out very clearly that by this witness and by others, as to the insatiable appetite for political intelligence, it's been pointed out very clearly as to the excessive concern over leaks. It's now my intention to go ahead and, in this line of questioning, and I will certainly be subject to the chairman's ruling, to fill in the third piece of the puzzle, specifically the excessive concern of the political impact of demonstrators, and that this was one of the reasons why we ended up in the matter of Watergate.
Mr. Chairman, if I could be heard just for a moment, I think that I have a fair understanding of the point of view expressed by Senator Weicker and by the chairman as well and counsel for the witness. I know that the role of a peacemaker is traditionally to get zapped, so I am reluctant to intervene in this respect, but I wonder if we can't accommodate the purposes that Senator Weicker wishes and still stay within the purview of the inquiry of this committee. I confess I did not hear the original question put to the witness. I was speaking to minority counsel at the time, but I understand the burden of Senator Weicker's concern. I wonder if we could start over and see if we can't reach a middle ground on the situation.
Well, I certainly shall sympathize with the position stated by Senator Weicker. One of the things that's puzzled me is why some people in the White House didn't trust the Department of Justice to prosecute and the FBI to investigate the Ellsberg affair. I'm puzzled by that, and I think that's germane to our investigation because it's right along with what very, very closely related to matters that we certainly have express authority to investigate. I cannot understand that. I recognize it's the duty of the President to, the Constitution says he shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed, but I don't think that it justifies, for example, trying to get records of a psychiatrist's opinion of the mental or emotional state of Ellsberg. As a matter of fact, I don't know who commissioned that activity. The evidence doesn't quite show it, but whoever did it, if he was a lawyer, he ought to surrender his law license if he didn't know that there was no legitimate way that he could get that the record of the psychiatrist without either bribing the psychiatrist to violate the Hippocratic Oath or by theft of some species. And I have a great deal of sympathy with the fact.
Mr. Chairman, my objection in no way relates to any questions looking into the burglary of the Ellsberg psychiatrist. But the Pentagon Papers, the questions might as well deal with Mr. Mardian's duties as General Counsel of Health, Education, and Welfare.
Now, may I point out to counsel that upon questioning of Mr. Mardian this morning, when he first denied Mr. Liddy's presence in the Internal Security Division, upon questioning it was established that Mr. Liddy indeed had been there on more than just the matter he testified to in response to an earlier question. I think this very much goes to Mr. Mardian's knowledge of Mr. Liddy and the fact that the two had worked together on other matters, specifically the Pentagon Papers case.
No objection to that kind of inquiry.
Well, I suppose you proceed and see if the questions, if it can be brought within the orbit of the S-60. S-60 is rather broad.
Mr. Chairman, I will conclude. I'm going to conclude my questioning in a few minutes anyway. But I would just say that the thrust of this line of questioning is very directly related to the mandate of our committee, which is the utilization of the Internal Security Division to stifle political dissent in this country. These questions are asked in that context.
May I comment on that, please, Senator?
And that is the mandate of this committee.
May I comment, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please do, Mr. Moore.
I think that your statement that the Internal Security Division of the Department of Justice is for the purpose of stifling dissent in this country does an injustice to the Department of Justice and to a lot of fine people who work there. And I feel it incumbent upon me as a former Assistant Attorney General of that department to say that, and I do not mean that in a contumacious way. I feel it my obligation to say so. The people in that department that I know are some of the finest people I know. And I think that to suggest that they were involved in that type of activity is not fair to them.
My comments are made to your leadership of that department, Mr. Mardian, and solely to that. Could you indicate to this committee exactly what role you played in relationship with Mr. Liddy, Mr. Young, and Mr. Krogh on the matter of the Pentagon Papers while you were the head of the Internal Security Division of the Justice Department?
The only relationship that I recall with any of the gentlemen you mentioned, I recall none with Mr. Krogh specifically. Mr. Young, I understood, was the representative from the National Security Council. Mr. Liddy was representative from the White House. I understood that they were compiling information for the benefit of the President of the United States and for the Director of the National Security Council as to the progress of the investigation into the leak of the Pentagon Papers. And I don't recall meeting with Mr. Liddy on that subject or Mr. Young on more than one occasion. There certainly wasn't any political purpose involved in any such relationship.
Who did you communicate with in the Internal Security Division relative to the handing over of information to James McCord?
I'd like to straighten some of the testimony out in that regard. My recollection is, and I could be wrong because I don't think it's significant, that I had no face-to-face conversation that I can recall with Mr. McCord. I believe it was in the latter part of May, as Mr. McCord has suggested, that I received a memo, a hand-delivered memorandum, from Mr. Robert Odle. It was a memorandum from Mr. McCord to Mr. Mitchell. And I don't recall what it said. The purport was whether or not information relating to the potential for civil disorder at the Republican National Convention would be available to the committee to avoid another Chicago. Mr. Odle brought that memorandum to me, as I recall, and it was okay. It had an okay by Mr. Mitchell on it. Mr. Odle asked me if I could call the Justice Department and make available to the security officer for the committee civil disorder information as it related to the Republican National Convention. I personally called the Justice Department. I called Mr. John Martin, I believe, and I told him he would be hearing from Mr. McCord. I identified who Mr. McCord was, and I requested of him that he make available to Mr. McCord any information relating to the potential for civil disorder that the department could furnish him under department guidelines. That is the sum and extent of the situation as I recall it. And knowing Mr. Martin, I doubt seriously if he would have given him any information other than that which the guidelines provided. I had one other conversation with Mr. McCord, and that related to the employment of a driver who had been promised employment at the committee. In reliance upon that promise, he quit his job. When he came over to be employed, they told him they didn't need him. I called Mr. McCord and I asked him if he'd promised this young man employment, and he said yes, but sort of tentative. They didn't need him, and I said, well, it was not so tentative that he didn't quit his job, and I asked him to hire him whether they needed him or not.
Leaving aside cases of bombing, did the Internal Security Division expend any effort on groups which we would broadly term as being peace groups, anti-war groups, etc.?
As to peace groups, anti-war groups, I would say no, unless it related to a potential for civil disorder. In other words, unless they were planning a mass rally of 50,000 people in Washington, then not the Internal Security Division, but the Department of Justice, the FBI and other agencies, such as the police department, would count the buses and planes coming in to try and assess how many people they were going to have to handle. To that extent, yes, because they were not because they were anti-war people, but because they amounted to masses of people that were going to have to be controlled as far as traffic and the possibility or the potential for civil disorder when you get that many people in the district.
Do you know of any investigations or wiretaps as they related to either political figures or members of the press that were ordered by the Internal Security Division other than the Kissinger taps?
The Internal Security Division, to my knowledge, never ordered a single wiretap.
All right, let me repeat the question to you. Requested a wiretap?
The Internal Security Division, to my knowledge, never requested a single wiretap in my tenure.
You then make it a matter of record that the division, during your tenure, never requested a wiretap of the Division 5 of the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
To my knowledge, sir. All those requests had to come from persons designated by the President of the United States, and they could only be made to one person, and that's the Director of the FBI.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mardian, I have just a few questions. And I would first like you to clarify an apparent conflict in the record from your testimony yesterday so the record will be straight. At page 4794, you said, Mr. Magruder said to Mr. Mitchell that he had authorized $250,000, and this seemed but a very small part of that sum. That is how the $250,000 budget came up. Let me say, in reading that to you there, is what I take it to be a typographical error. The first three words are, Mr. Magruder lied to Mr. Mitchell. I think that should read, Mr. Magruder said to Mr. Mitchell.
Said.
Said, yes. However, at page 4797, this is the testimony. The question was, and did you subsequently confirm that the budget that had been allocated to Mr. Liddy was actually $250,000? And your answer was this, to this day, that matter has never been confirmed to me. And it appears there's some conflict here, and I would like for you to clear that up.
Read that again, please.
The last quote, Mr.
Yes.
Martin. The question was, and did you subsequently confirm that the budget that had been allocated to Mr. Liddy was actually $250,000? Mr. Mardian, to this day, that matter has never been confirmed to me.
I think I was referring to a question relating to $199,000, and that's how I understood it. So I must have misunderstood the question, or they took the figure down.
Well, I'll be happy to read the rest of the quote. I was never apprised of the fact that there had been any agreement on the amount of disbursement. I think Mr. Sloan's testimony was that it was $199,000.
Yes, that's what I would have been referring to. So
well, I think the question is, did you ever have confirmation from either Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Magruder that the budget that had been approved for Mr. Liddy's dirty trick operations and black advance operations was $250,000?
Yes, I think I testified that I'm not sure in what context it arose, whether it arose in California, whether it arose immediately thereafter. My best recollection was that it arose in connection with the confrontation that I had with Mr. Magruder in Mr. Mitchell's presence when I asked him how much money he had given Mr. Liddy, and he replied $40,000, and I said in surprise $40,000, and it was echoed by Mr. Mitchell, $40,000. He then said, but it was only, he said, that's a small part or something of that of the $250,000 you authorized. Mr. Mitchell's reply, as I recall, was, yes, but the campaign hasn't started yet.
So there was no denial by Mr. Mitchell in your presence that he had authorized a $250,000 budget?
That's what I think I testified to.
Right.
I think I testified. I don't recall Mr. Mitchell saying, yes, I approved $250,000, but simply that when that question came up, he did not deny it.
Now, on page 4827, you testified that after Mr. Mitchell informed you that he could not fire Mr. Magruder and Mr. Porter, you advised him to prepare a memorandum for the file to protect himself. And you then said that he instructed you to have one prepared and that Mr. O'Brien was going to be the actual author of this memorandum.
Yes, sir.
Now, what facts did you intend to put into this memorandum?
To put in all the facts that Mr. Mitchell was aware of at the time that the discussion took place.
Could you fix that time for us?
I'm sorry. It would have been immediately before July 1st, probably. Maybe I would guess that's in the time frame.
About July 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And you also testified, Mr. Mardian, at page 4827 of the transcript, that after Clark McGregor had made certain flat statements, I believe was the term you used, regarding non-involvement of campaign personnel, you complained to him that certain of his statements were untrue and unsuccessful successfully attempted to brief him about the tremendous exposure of certain people in the campaign. Now, in this briefing that you tried to give Mr. McGregor, what facts were you going to tell him?
I was going to tell him of the involvement of I thought he ought to know about the involvement of Mr. Magruder and Mr. Porter with reference to their activities.
When you say the involvement of Mr. Magruder, you mean the involvement as accounted to you by Mr. Liddy?
No, I was not going to relate what Mr. Liddy told me, but I felt that any admission on the part of these men, and I felt this admission was going to come forward, at least as far as dirty tricks and other unethical activities were concerned, that they had to come out, even if they didn't admit to the Watergate adventure, who were still employed in the committee to re-elect the president, would reflect adversely on the president of the United States and his campaign for re-election.
Well, are you saying you were not going to tell Mr. McGregor that it was your feeling that Mr. Magruder had been involved in the Watergate affair?
I wasn't going to accuse Mr. Magruder. I think I was going to tell him my suspicions, and I felt he ought to know those suspicions before he made any further statements.
Well, what suspicions?
Well, it was obvious that they had been engaged in a dirty tricks and black advance operation, and my suspicion that he had been involved in the Watergate break-in.
Well, now, Mr. Mardian, would not have revealing these facts to Mr. McGregor and revealing these facts to Mr. O'Brien, who was going to write this memo for the file, and revealing these facts to whoever might read the file, have been a violation of the duty you have asserted that you had to keep inviolate the confidences that had been placed in you by Mr. Liddy?
I wasn't going to violate Mr. Liddy's confidence. I felt that Mr. Magruder occupied the position of Mr. Mitchell. I think he ought to know my suspicions. And I said I was not going to accuse anyone. I just thought he ought to know my suspicions. I was the counsel for the committee, and I think the client ought to know what the attorney thinks. And I thought it would be helpful in guiding him as to the nature of statements he made in the future.
Your suspicions, however, were based, were they not, on what Mr. Liddy had told you? Almost primarily.
I can't go into all of it. When the dispute arose between the $40,000 and the $199,000, if I knew nothing more than that, I would have been suspicious. I made the statement on several occasions to suggest you would give Mr. Liddy $200,000 and then be surprised that he used it for an illegal purpose in cash would be like suggesting that you gave a young child a loaded pistol and sent him into a crowded room and then were surprised that somebody was killed. And I expressed myself in that regard, and I would have expressed myself in that regard and did without knowledge of what Mr. Liddy had told me.
Well, now, you just said, Mr. Mardian, that you were going to put in this memo to the file all the facts that you knew as of the 1st of July. Now, those would include, would they not, the facts that Mr. Liddy had told you?
I thought Mr. Mitchell ought to put in the memorandum all of the facts that he knew at that time.
Including what Mr. Liddy
we didn't go into that. I said I think he, in order to protect himself, his justification for his conduct, put in memorandum form what he knew.
And Mr. O'Brien was going to be the author, is that correct?
What's that?
You said Mr. O'Brien was designated as the author.
We're going to ask Mr. O'Brien to draw it, yes.
Well, if you had revealed these facts to Mr. O'Brien, would that not have been violating the confidence?
I had not revealed them to Mr. O'Brien.
But you were planning to do so. It was you that advised Mr. Mitchell to put this information into memorandum.
What Mr. Mitchell could put in the memorandum was up to Mr. Mitchell and not up to Mr. Mardian. I don't think Mr. Mitchell was bound
I thought you said that Mr. Mitchell instructed you to prepare this memorandum, and you were going to use Mr. O'Brien as the author.
No, I think Mr. O'Brien instructed Mr. O'Brien to prepare the memorandum, and I presumed that he would talk to Mr. Mitchell and prepare the memorandum. It was almost immediately thereafter Mr. Mitchell told me that the memorandum wasn't to be prepared.
Mr. Mardian, did you confront Mr. Magruder with Mr. Liddy's assertion that he, Mr. Magruder, had ordered the break-in?
I don't think I doubt if I said Mr. Liddy told me that you ordered the break-in, I may have said it. I doubt it.
Well, you testified at page 4794 that 1 or 2 days after your conversation with Mr. Liddy, you asked Mr. Magruder whether he directed Mr. Liddy to go in there, and he denied it. Now, at that time, you did not say to Mr. Magruder that Mr. Liddy has told me?
No, sir, I don't think so. I'm sure I didn't.
You did not say that. Mr. Magruder didn't say to you, well, Mr. Mardian, where did you get that information, or what makes you ask that question?
I think it would have been a very logical question for me to ask him if he had anything to do with it.
Why? Why would it have been logical?
He hired him. He paid him. He was the source of Mr. Liddy's money.
But he had been on the outs with Mr. Liddy. Wasn't that a known fact around the committee?
That's right.
Why would it have been any more logical for Mr. Magruder to be asked that question than Mr. Mitchell or Mr. LaRue or someone else?
It was rather in Congress that the two of them were still working together.
Mr. Mardian, if I might, I'd like to read you just a few lines that you testified to yesterday regarding Mr. Magruder's perjury. You said, I think he, that is Magruder, probably was aware of the fact that I, after talking to Mr. Liddy, knew of his involvement, and I would be less than honest if I did not say that if Mr. Magruder went up there, that is to the grand jury, went up there and testified that he was not involved, he would be perjuring himself. If you want my personal opinion, I thought he was going to go up there and take the Fifth Amendment. Question. Well, did you know after he
that somebody was killed. And I expressed myself in that regard, and I would have expressed myself in that regard and did without knowledge of what Mr. Liddy had told me.
Well, now, you just said, Mr. Mardian, that you were going to put in this memo to the file all the facts that you knew as of the 1st of July. Now, those would include, would they not, the facts that Mr. Liddy had told you?
I thought Mr. Mitchell ought to put in the memorandum all of the facts that he knew at that time.
Including what Mr. Liddy
we didn't go into that. I said I think he, in order to protect himself as justification for his conduct, put in memorandum form what he knew.
And Mr. O'Brien was going to be the author, is that correct?
What's that?
You said Mr. O'Brien was designated as the author.
We're going to ask Mr. O'Brien to draw it, yes.
Well, if you had revealed these facts to Mr. O'Brien, would that not have been violating the confidence?
I had not revealed them to Mr. O'Brien.
But you were planning to do so. It was you that advised Mr. Mitchell to put this information in the memorandum.
What Mr. Mitchell could put in the memorandum was up to Mr. Mitchell and not up to Mr. Mardian. I don't think Mr. Mitchell was bound.
I thought you said that Mr. Mitchell instructed you to prepare this memorandum, and you were going to use Mr. O'Brien as the author.
No, I think Mr. O'Brien instructed Mr. O'Brien to prepare the memorandum, and I presumed that he would talk to Mr. Mitchell and prepare the memorandum. It was almost immediately thereafter Mr. Mitchell told me that the memorandum wasn't to be prepared.
Mr. Mardian, did you confront Mr. Magruder with Mr. Liddy's assertion that he, Mr. Magruder, had ordered the break-in?
I don't think I doubt if I said Mr. Liddy told me that you ordered the break-in. I may have said it. I doubt it.
Well, you testified at page 4794 that 1 or 2 days after your conversation with Mr. Liddy, you asked Mr. Magruder whether he directed Mr. Liddy to go in there, and he denied it. Now, at that time, you did not say to Mr. Magruder that Mr. Liddy has told me?
No, sir, I don't think so. I'm sure I didn't.
You did not say that. Mr. Magruder didn't say to you, well, Mr. Mardian, where did you get that information, or what makes you ask that question?
I think it would have been a very logical question for me to ask him if he had anything to do with it.
Why? Why would it have been logical?
He hired him. He paid him. He was the source of Mr. Liddy's money.
But he had been on the outs with Mr. Liddy. Wasn't that a known fact around the committee?
That's right.
Why would it have been any more logical for Mr. Magruder to be asked that question than Mr. Mitchell or Mr. LaRue or someone else?
It was rather in Congress that the two of them were still working together.
Mr. Mardian, if I might, I'd like to read you just a few lines that you testified to yesterday regarding Mr. Magruder's perjury. You said, I think he, that is Magruder, probably was aware of the fact that I, after talking to Mr. Liddy, knew of his involvement, and I would be less than honest if I did not say that if Mr. Magruder went up there, that is to the grand jury, went up there and testified that he was not involved, he would be perjuring himself. If you want my personal opinion, I thought he was going to go up there and take the Fifth Amendment. Question. Well, did you know after he testified what he testified to? Mr. Mardian, no, I did not. I knew he was not indicted, so he must not have taken the Fifth, and he must not have testified as to the truth. Question. So then you had some indication that Mr. Magruder had committed perjury. Mr. Mardian, are you talking about the grand jury? Question. Yes. Mr. Mardian, yes, I think I knew an awful lot, and I suspected an awful lot. Now, Mr. Mardian, I'd like to ask you if you are familiar with the ABA Code of Professional Responsibility. I hope my question didn't produce that effect. She speaks for all of us. Are you familiar with the ABA Code of Professional Responsibility?
Yes, sir. Well, when I say yes, sir, I'm aware of the code. I'm not aware of all of its provisions any more than any other lawyer, I don't think.
I'd like to read to you, please, Rule DR7-101, paren B paren. A lawyer who receives information clearly establishing that, 1, his client has, in the course of the representation, perpetrated a fraud upon a person or tribunal, shall promptly call upon his client to rectify the same, and if his client refuses or is unable to do so, he shall reveal the fraud to the affected person or tribunal. 2, a person other than his client has perpetrated a fraud upon a tribunal shall promptly reveal the fraud to the tribunal. Now, I would ask you whether you believe that this rule would require you either to attempt to rectify Mr. Magruder's testimony or to report him to the court.
I don't know the citation of cases.
I don't by any stretch of the imagination want to limit the scope of your inquiry or of the witness's answer, and apparently the witness is willing to answer. He had begun before I interrupted, but I'm a little at a loss to see how the citing of a canon of ethics or other matter that would relate, if at all, to the conduct of this man in his professional capacity has something to do with the scope of this inquiry. Now, if the contrary is made to appear, I'll be glad to listen to the arguments, but it seems to me that's a little far afield from the scope of this witness's information and knowledge relevant to the mandate of SRS 60.
Well, I believe that if evidence is offered to counsel for the purpose of impeaching the witness, it would be admissible for that purpose. I would suggest that we reduce the examination as much as possible because the counsel can ask leading questions to bring out his points, I think, more quickly than generally.
Well, it seems to me, Mr. Chairman, to pursue it just for one moment further, that it might be appropriate to ask the witness if he thought it his duty to do so and so. But to go further and to try to cite canons of ethics or matters that might or might not be relevant to charges of professional misconduct is beyond the scope of the proper inquiry of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, as Senator Baker said, to go one step further, I agree with his observation, but in view of the fact that the question relating to the canon of ethics has been asked, I would prefer that my client be given the opportunity to answer it.
And, Mr. Chairman, I fully understand and I withdraw my remarks in that connection.
This is final passage and you've got the vote right now. You've got to adjourn.
I have not researched the question or the cases cited in support of the cases, but one thing that I have been taught, and I could be wrong, and that is that it is not the lawyer's duty to judge. The lawyer's duty is to permit the courts to judge. Now, where I've had conflicting evidence as to what went on, I still don't know the truth. I told you what I suspected. For me to go to a tribunal and to state my subjective judgment to him, to the detriment of a person who is confided in me, I think would be highly improper. And that is my view, that was my belief, that is still my belief.
Mr. Chairman,
I have no further questions.
All right, fine. Thank you. We're going to have to recess for a vote at this point. I do want to say before I leave, however, that the remarks I made about the scope of the inquiry in no way were meant to be critical of counsel. Mr. Hamilton is an exceptional lawyer. He is an energetic interrogate our witnesses, and I think that the record should clearly show that it was only in an abundance of precaution that I wanted to call attention of the witness to the importance of the question being put. But it is neither a criticism of the witness nor of counsel, and the committee will stand in recess until the conclusion of this vote.
With the issue of legal ethics to mull over, the senators are taking time for another floor vote. Public television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearing, Senator Weicker has one more round of questions for Robert Mardian. And then Gordon Strachan, former aide to H.R. Haldeman, will take the witness stand.
I just have a few very brief questions in winding up this line of questioning with you, Mr. Mardian. First of all, did you get along with the director of the FBI, Mr. Hoover?
Did I get along with him?
That's right. Was yours a good relationship?
I believe that I only had one lengthy conversation with him. All of our other meetings were largely social.
Did you ever say to anyone Let me rephrase my question. At any time, did you use your attorneys in an investigative function?
My attorneys in an investigative function?
In an investigative function.
On one occasion, I asked an attorney in my division to inquire as to a matter that was then the subject of inquiry by the United States Senate.
What was that?
It involved a question that had come up during the Kleindienst confirmation hearings when a member of the White House staff had obtained a picture that purported to identify two people together. The picture was to be introduced into evidence by a United States senator. I had taken exception to the use of the photograph because I didn't feel it was relevant to the hearings. It had not been established that simply because the two people in the picture were together that they were friends. Before the United States senator introduced this picture, it was a group picture, I suggested that we take the precaution of ascertaining whether they were in fact friends. And I asked an attorney in my division during the Senate hearings to go to the place where the picture was taken and to inquire of the people there openly, not covertly, whether in fact these two people were friends as was going to be suggested by the introduction of the picture. I ascertained from the interviews he made that they were not, and I requested the picture not be used by the United States senator, or I was going to, and unfortunately they'd already used the picture.
And this is the only time that you can recall that you used an attorney in the Internal Security Division in an investigative function?
Well, I don't know that it was exactly an investigative function. This was a matter pending before the United States Senate involving the Department of Justice, and I thought I'd best use an attorney. I didn't know who else to use.
But this is the only incident that even would come close to that,
only one
fulfilling that definition?
Only one I can recall, Senator.
All right. Mr. Mardian, can you recall saying when you first came over to the Internal Security Division, can you recall making the statement to a member of the Federal Bureau of Investigation that, quote, the way to solve this is to set up a list of leaders and we target them for prosecution and we go after them with blanket coverage 24 hours a day until we get them?
I recall no such statement, Senator. If you could be more specific.
Did you make that statement, or do you recall, rather, making that statement to the then Assistant Director of the FBI in charge of Division 5, Mr. Brennan?
With respect to a particular investigation?
With respect to demonstrators?
No, sir.
Leaders? I have no further questions.
Senator Noy?
No questions, sir.
Senator Montoya?
Yes, sir. Mr. I'd just like to make one other statement here, just so that I don't leave a wrong impression as far as Mr. Mardian is concerned. In my interview with Mr. Brennan, he also made the statement. Never once did he ask me to do anything illegal or improper. I want that to be on the record, too, insofar as Mr. Mardian is concerned.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Mr. Mardian, we thank you for your testimony. It's been in a most cooperative vein. We're grateful for it. We've already requested, and you've already assented to return if that appears necessary and to supply certain late filed exhibits. The committee wants to express its appreciation to you for your cooperation.
And I would like to express my appreciation to the committee for its courtesy and its cooperation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mardian. Counsel will call the next witness, please.
Mr. Gordon Strachan, will you please come to the witness table?
Mr. Strachan, would you stand and raise your right hand, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
You may be seated, Mr. Strachan. Mr. Strachan, just by way of preliminary inquiry, may I ask you to state your name and address, and then I'll put a particular question of relevance to your testimony.
My name is Gordon Strachan. I live at 8205 Hamilton Spring Court, Bethesda, Maryland.
And you're accompanied by counsel?
Yes, sir.
Would counsel please identify himself for the record?
John Bray, Washington, D.C.
Mr. Strachan, you've appeared previously before this committee in executive session where certain questions were put to you which you declined to answer on constitutional grounds, at which time you were made aware of a petition for a grant of use immunity under Title 18, Section 6002 and 6005 of the United States Code, signed by Judge John Sirica. You were then instructed to answer questions, which you did at the executive session. The attachment of the grant of use immunity, the chair rules, applies to your testimony now in public session. So without reiterating the substance of those decrees signed by Judge Sirica, you're advised that you should respond to questions put by counsel for the committee and committee members and proceed according to the immunity to answer under the full scope and jurisdiction and the effectiveness of the order which you have received a certified copy of.
I understand.
Counsel have any comment to make in that respect?
None. I think the entire matter of immunity has been handled fully to my satisfaction in the executive session.
And if there's no objection on the part of the committee, we will incorporate the pertinent portions of the transcript from the executive session in this hearing record at this point for reference. Mr. Dash.
All right. Mr. Strachan, you have a statement to read to the committee.
Yes, sir, I do.
Will you please read it?
Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the committee, I am here at the request of the committee and prepared to answer fully and truthfully all questions related to the matters specified in Senate Resolution 60, establishing this committee's jurisdiction.
Mr. Strachan, would you please bring the microphone a little closer to your mouth so that we can hear you? Or perhaps lean over towards it.
As you know, I met 3 times in executive session with the committee and its staff in order to permit the committee to prepare for today's questioning. In addition, on 4 prior occasions, my attorney met with committee attorneys to explain the subjects on which I could testify. The committee voted unanimously to grant immunity with respect to this testimony, and my counsel has advised me that testimony under such a grant is a legally proper procedure intended to permit a full, candid disclosure of the truth about the Watergate matter. I should also add that before my discussion with this committee, I had met already, voluntarily, with the Watergate prosecutors on 3 occasions, and my attorney met with them and their successors on 4 more occasions. In short, even prior to testifying here today, I made a complete and honest disclosure to the original prosecutors, to their successors, and to this committee. Much of the information I will disclose is politically embarrassing to me and the administration. Some of it shows that I closely associated during my employment at the White House with individuals who have confessed to criminal wrongdoing. Where other witnesses have made charges, if I know their statements are true, I am here to confirm the truth of such charges, even to the extent it might reflect adversely on me. You will find that I will readily admit today many things that anyone who is trying to cover up would quickly deny. But where I know that the statements of a witness are false, I will deny them, not out of a motive to protect anyone, certainly not out of a motive to protect myself, for I am confident that the immunity I have been granted is genuine. In other words, my intention to corroborate specific matters and to refute others does not stem from a desire to testify for or against anyone, nor from a desire to feign excessive remorse, but solely because I am here to tell the truth. Press reports predicting my testimony here have been nothing short of incredible. My testimony before the grand jury on April 11, 1973, appeared in the nation's newspapers within a week, although grand jury testimony is required by law to be kept secret. Next, several grossly inaccurate and contradictory versions of my expected testimony before this committee were reported, although the committee's staff confirmed that the newspaper headlines were a serious distortion of the information my attorney, Mr. Bray, gave the committee. Then on the 4th of July, television, radio, and newspapers reported coast to coast that I had agreed to plead guilty. Only a few correspondents even bothered to ask my attorney whether that was true. Despite Mr. Bray's denials, the story was run anyway. And finally, the day after my testimony before this committee in executive session, several inaccurate stories about my testimony appeared. Today, my testimony will, to the displeasure, I suspect, of many interested onlookers, conflict with these mistaken press reports. In the 2.5 months I have been unemployed, I have tried to review the information I have that can aid this committee in bringing out the full story about the Watergate matter. I believe it would be helpful if I take a moment now to supply some missing links in the testimony of other witnesses and hopefully clear up some of the confusion and contradictions, at least to the extent of my own knowledge. I was a staff assistant to Mr. Haldeman. My office was located in the basement of the White House. One of my responsibilities during the President's re-election campaign was to serve as liaison with the committee to re-elect the President. It was my job to accumulate all the information I could obtain from members of the White House staff, personnel at 1701, the Republican National Committee, and from the campaign personnel in key states and cities. Periodically, I was to report important political matters to Mr. Haldeman. I wrote him many long reports entitled Political Matters Memos, describing the current status of pending political matters. He relied on me as the member of his personal staff who would obtain information on campaign matters. Either I would have the answer or I would get it. As to the subject of political intelligence gathering, however, John Dean was designated as the White House contact for the committee to re-elect the President. I have advised the committee where the documentary proof of this point is located. As a result, my inquiries about political intelligence were slight. Mr. Haldeman seldom had me attend meetings on the subject. He rarely asked me a question about the subject, and so I seldom reported about it to him. Nor did Mr. Dean report to me about all his activities in the area of political intelligence. When the subject of political intelligence was mentioned at a meeting I attended, or when I knew the subject was on the agenda of a meeting I was not invited to attend, I would, as the staff assistant, follow up with the principals and remind them about the subjects discussed. On those occasions when I made such follow-up inquiries with Mr. Haldeman about political intelligence operations, he responded that I should let Dean handle it. When I followed up with Mr. Dean, he rarely advised me in any detail about the status of intelligent matters. Instead, he dealt directly with Mr. Haldeman. For example, Neither Mr. Haldeman nor Mr. Dean advised me of the series of meetings with Mr. Mitchell, Dean, Liddy, and Magruder, nor was I invited to or informed about Mr. Dean's February meeting with Mr. Haldeman, at which Mr. Dean says he told Mr. Haldeman that the Liddy plan was outlandish and that the White House should have no further involvement. Neither Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Dean, nor for that matter Mr. Magruder, ever told me of any of those meetings, and I certainly did not attend any of them. Turning to my duties and reporting activities with the Committee to Re-elect the President, I found myself in an unusual and not entirely comfortable situation. I was the White House conduit for reporting activities of 1701, including the activities of Mr. Magruder, the man who shortly before had been my boss at the White House. Mr. Magruder's reporting practices were marked by two features. First, he considered it a burden to report through me. My role, as Mr. Haldeman intended it, was somewhat of a constraint upon Mr. Magruder's ability to have free rein at the committee, independent of the scrutiny of the White House. As a result, Mr. Magruder frequently tried to avoid the reporting system. When Mr. Magruder did report, he reported as much as possible on successful developments that reflected favorably on his campaign leadership, and as little as possible on projects that were not going well. On projects that went smoothly or portrayed him in a good light, Mr. Magruder would often give a full report directly to Mr. Haldeman or Mr. Higbee. On ineffective or failing projects, he would seldom do more than make brief mention to me on the general subject matter, just enough to protect himself from later criticism that he had withheld information from the White House in case the project went totally sour. Second, he considered it a serious impairment of his status to report to me rather than to someone more senior, especially since he had previously been my boss at the White House. He asked that I deal with Mr. Reesner, his administrative assistant, whose position on Mr. Magruder's staff corresponded more to my position on Mr. Haldeman's staff. I did increase my contacts with Mr. Reesner and other campaign aides, but continued to insist on dealing directly with Mr. Magruder on many projects. With respect to the particular subject of political intelligence, Mr. Magruder has testified in very general, carefully hedged, and characteristically vague terms that he assumes he either automatically sent me materials about or called me and gave me a general description of intelligence plans. Had anyone ever heard the details of prostitution, goon squads, kidnapping, and wiretaps, he would be unlikely to forget it. I certainly would not forget it. Mr. Magruder never gave me that information, and certainly not those details, because if he had, I would immediately have passed it on to Mr. Haldeman, I would remember it, and I would be here today testifying about it. By any standard, the meetings at which the Liddy plans were presented were classic examples of poor staff work by the committee and a waste of time. The testimony has been virtually unanimous that Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Dean were shocked by Liddy's plan. Mr. Magruder's staff man, Gordon Liddy, was apparently quite humiliated, and nothing was approved. In other words, if those meetings were routinely reported to Mr. Haldeman as evidence of Mr. Magruder's administrative ability and judgment, the January and February meetings would not very likely inspire the confidence of Mr. Haldeman or the President. Yet Mr. Magruder testified that, quote, as he recalled, he returned to his office after both these embarrassing meetings and routinely called Mr. Haldeman's staff assistant, me, and told me about his blunder, presumably so that I could inform Mr. Haldeman. That testimony is difficult to reconcile with good sense. Presumably, Mr. Magruder knew that Mr. Dean would report on the meetings to Mr. Haldeman, as Mr. Dean has testified he did. Why would Mr. Magruder want two people reporting the same disaster to Mr. Haldeman? It is true, however, that Mr. Magruder called me after he returned from the March 30, 1972 meeting at Key Biscayne with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. LaRue, and reported on about 30 major campaign decisions. Each of these decisions was briefly described in that rather short phone conversation. During this call, he told me, and I am repeating his words rather precisely, quote, "A sophisticated political intelligence gathering system has been approved with a budget of $300. Unfortunately, he neither gave me, nor did I ask, for any further details about the subject." Soon thereafter, I wrote one of my regular political matters memos for Mr. Haldeman. This particular memo, for early April, was 8 to 10 pages long, with more than a dozen tabs or attachments. But it contained only one 3-line paragraph on political intelligence. That paragraph read almost verbatim as Mr. Magruder had indicated to me over the phone. I wrote in the memo to Mr. Haldeman, again, this is almost a quote, "Magruder reports that 1701 now has a sophisticated political intelligence gathering system with a budget of $300. A sample of the type of information they are developing is attached to Tab H. At Tab H, I enclosed a political intelligence report which had been sent to me from the committee. It was entitled Sedan Chair 2. This report, and 2 others somewhat like it that I had received, began with a statement such as, quote, "A confidential source reveals," or "A reliable source confidentially reports." This was followed by a summary of some political information. In April 1972, I was mainly interested in reporting to Mr. Haldeman on those 30 campaign decisions and other relevant political items. I did not give much thought to what Mr. Magruder meant by, quote, "sophisticated political intelligence gathering system," nor did I give much thought to the real identity of Sedan Chair 2. But I remember that the information dealt with Senator Humphrey's Pennsylvania organization. However, on June 17, 1972, and afterward, as the news began unfolding about the break-in at the Democratic National Committee, I certainly began to wonder who else but people from 1701 could have been involved. I suspected that maybe the Watergate break-in was part of the sophisticated political intelligence operation Mr. Magruder had mentioned to me on the phone in early April. And worse, I feared that Sedan Chair 2's so-called confidential source might really have been a wiretap, or might in some way have been connected with the Watergate break-in. I immediately tried to call Mr. Magruder so I could have a report for Mr. Haldeman. Mr. Magruder did not return my calls on Saturday, and I was not able to reach him until around noon on Sunday, when I again called him in California. When I finally reached him and began to ask him what he knew about the Watergate break-in, he cut me off and said that he had been on the phone with Mr. Haldeman that morning, and the matter was being taken care of. I doubted that Mr. Magruder had actually spoken with Mr. Haldeman, so I called Mr. Higbee, who clears most calls to Mr. Haldeman. Mr. Higbee told me that Mr. Magruder had talked to Mr. Haldeman and that Mr. Ehrlichman was handling the entire matter. I met with Mr. Haldeman on June 19 or 20 and showed him the April Political Matters memo that mentioned the intelligence gathering system. After speaking to him, I destroyed that memo and Sedan Chair 2, as well as several other documents I have told this committee and the prosecutors about. I also told Mr. Dean that I had destroyed a Political Matters memo to Mr. Haldeman showing a $300,000 intelligence budget at the committee and 3 confidential source memos, which I said could possibly have been wiretap reports with the sources carefully camouflaged. I did not tell Mr. Dean that I had, in fact, destroyed wiretap logs, because I was not then sure what they were. I only had suspicions. I also told the prosecutors in April of this year what specific items I destroyed. and I told them I still suspected Sedan Chair 2 might have been a wiretap summary. It was not until Mr. Reesner and Mr. Porter testified before this committee in June that I learned Sedan Chair 2 was not an illegal wiretap, but was instead an informer planted in the Humphrey camp. In fact, you will recall that Mr. Magruder's testimony has established that I never received his wiretap data, nor could I have passed it on to others or shredded a wiretap transcript. He says he made only one copy of the Watergate wiretap log, codenamed Gemstone. He testified that it was so sensitive that he would not let it out of his office. Turning to matters after the election, I have told the committee that I returned approximately $350,000 in cash to Fred LaRue. I was not told by anyone, nor did I know what use was being made of this money. I had received the money from the campaign committee on Mr. Haldeman's instructions, and at that time, returning it to Mr. LaRue seemed appropriate since he was the top official left at the committee. I took it to him in December 1972 or January 1973 after I had left the White House staff. The money was the fund I had picked up in April 1972 for the purpose of conducting White House polling. It had not been used to pay polling expenses as originally planned, and after the election I had been asking Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Dean, and Mr. Higbee what to do with the money. The delivery to Mr. LaRue was made in two parts on two occasions. In December or January, after talking with Mr. Dean, I took approximately $40,000 in two envelopes to Mr. LaRue at his apartment at the Watergate. I lived 2 blocks away, and the delivery was made on my way home from work. Later, I was asked to return the remainder of the money. I again called Mr. LaRue, who again asked if I could deliver it to him at his apartment. On this occasion, before picking up the money, Mr. LaRue donned a pair of gloves and then said, "I never saw you." I had been instructed by Mr. Dean to ask for a receipt, so I did. But Mr. LaRue refused, saying, "You will have to talk to John Dean about that." At that point, I became more than a little suspicious. Frankly, after Mr. LaRue put on the gloves, I did not know what to say, so I said nothing. Nor did I know what to do, so I left. The next day, I told Mr. Dean that Mr. LaRue would not give me a receipt for the money. Mr. Dean said he would speak to Mr. LaRue about it. I don't know if he ever got the receipt, but I imagine he tried to follow up on it because I have since learned from Mr. Dean's testimony that it was Mr. Haldeman who asked that a receipt be given. At no time did Mr. Dean or Mr. LaRue advise me what was being done with the money or the payments were being made to the defendants. Neither of them ever asked me to do or say anything that I can interpret as being part of a cover-up. In fact, there was only one occasion when I was expressly asked to do something that I knew was improper and which I could see was aimed at a cover-up. That related to my upcoming grand jury testimony of April 11, 1973, and I refused to do it. I have not attempted in my statement to describe in detail all of the subjects that I have mentioned. I have provided the committee in executive session with a good deal more of the details surrounding these subjects, and I am ready to begin the questioning on these matters.
It's obvious that no member of the committee and no counsel can complete the question of Mr. Strong today, and for that reason the committee will stand in recess till 10 o'clock Monday.
Very good.
So, the week that has been like a wearying roller coaster ends in a type of suspended animation. Gordon Strachan, a former aide to H.R. Haldeman, has had a chance to make an opening statement, but no one on the committee has had the opportunity to test his veracity. That will come next week. And there's every likelihood that Strachan's further testimony, barring a really startling revelation, won't get that much attention. When he returns to the stand on Monday, all eyes will be on the White House, where a response is expected to the committee's request for access to the Watergate-related tapes. Then the ball will be back in Senator Ervin's court, and the attention that isn't directed at the acquisition of the tapes will be spent in anticipation of the appearances of Haldeman himself and John Ehrlichman. Strachan could get lost in that shuffle. Basically, what the committee wants to do is to confirm the chain of communication that went from Magruder at the committee to re-elect to Haldeman at the White House, with Strachan as the conduit. When what Haldeman says is compared with Magruder's testimony, it may appear that something has gotten lost in translation. The President returned to the White House from Bethesda Naval Hospital today, said he expected to go back on a regular schedule after a weekend at Camp David. He termed speculation that he would quit poppycock.
There are two key potential witnesses who could probably clear up a lot of the confusion about the Watergate case. One is President Nixon, who has made it clear that he doesn't plan an appearance, and the other is G. Gordon Liddy, the convicted conspirator who has shown a determined reluctance to talk. Impact correspondent Peter Kay today asked Chief Committee Counsel Sam Dash whether continued efforts are being made to get Liddy to change his mind.
We do continuously, or periodically, keep in touch with Mr. Maroulis, who is Mr. Liddy's counsel, and inquire whether he is willing to come forward and to testify. Repeatedly, our response is that he's not. I don't believe it's true that his testimony really is necessary at this point. I think we'd like to have it. I think it would complete, or at least add to the completion of all the facts. But I believe that we have quite a bit of testimony from so many witnesses as to what Mr. Liddy had to say, and they pretty much coincide in terms of what this testimony is, that I think we pretty much know what Mr. Liddy's role was. As regard to the actual authorization of the Liddy plan, I think Mr. Liddy himself would only have hearsay testimony because he was not present in Key Biscayne. Only Magruder was present with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. LaRue, and I think Mr. LaRue's testimony is that he really can't say that it was approved or disapproved, or he cannot deny that it was approved because it could have been approved out of his presence. And therefore, the question is between Mr. Mitchell's testimony and Mr. Magruder's testimony, and there's quite a bit of cooperative evidence afterwards, and I think perhaps Mr. Strong's statement and the testimony that he will now give may add a little light to that.
After a week of what might be called lesser witnesses, we're building again now toward a climax with Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman due next week. What is the scenario for the rest of this phase of the Watergate hearings?
Well, we're very quickly moving into hearing Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Haldeman, and Mr. Colson's testimony. Mr. Strachan will testify on Monday, and then immediately after Mr. Strachan, Mr. Ehrlichman will testify, then Mr. Haldeman, and then Mr. Colson. Probably Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Haldeman will take up the balance of the week, and we will reach Mr. Colson the following week.
And we'll get out of here for this phase either August 3rd or August 10th.
Yeah, well, there's a series of witnesses that will follow. There are what we have tended to call the CIA witnesses that deal with the question of whether or not the CIA had been sought to be used in an effort to restrict the investigation. Mr. Helms, Mr. Walters, Mr. Cushman would be witnesses. Mr. Gray still has some testimony to give. And then there are a series of witnesses that have been referred to frequently as the plumbers, Mr. Young and Mr. Krogh, and then some attorneys, Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Parkinson, Mr. Bittman.
Fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Dash.
Our two expert observers for the day were Clark Malinoff, one of the nation's best-known investigative reporters, Washington bureau chief of the Des Moines Register-Tribune, a nationally syndicated columnist, and for 1 year, special consultant and ombudsman to President Nixon, and David Epstein, a Washington attorney and adjunct professor of law at the Georgetown University Law Center here in Washington. First to you, Mr. Epstein, from a witness standpoint, how would you characterize this week of Watergate?
This was the transition week. The witnesses essentially explained how the cover-up operated. Mr. Kalmbach, Mr. Lasowich, Mr. LaRue all directed their testimony with respect to the cover-up, either confirming major portions of John Dean's testimony or parts of John Mitchell's rebuttal testimony. The the John Dean testimony, which still stands as the major outline of what happened during this period. Mr. Strachan, whose testimony will be the center of the committee's focus the beginning of next week, made an opening statement which brings it up to the next level, to the White House level, to Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Haldeman. And Mr. Strachan seemed to be picking a fight in his opening statement. He was picking a fight with the press, and more importantly, he was picking a fight with Jeb Magruder's testimony, and also dropping some very tantalizing information. For example, he made a reference to an April 11, 1973 meeting where he said he was asked to do something illegal, but he didn't go into any kind of detail as to what that illegality was. And
more importantly, who asked him to do it.
And who asked him to do it. So I think that next week the senators will be asking him that. They'll be somewhat refreshed, I suppose, after the weekend, and there'll be quite a lot of other questioning in terms of finding out from Mr. Strachan what he knows with respect to Mr. Ehrlichman and Haldeman.
All right, Mr. Malinoff, of course, in addition to the witnesses, the big issue of the week is still the White House tapes. I'm going to ask you to be a soothsayer at this standpoint. How would you see the scenario going from this standpoint, from this point on?
I would expect that the committee members would remain united on the basic thrust of requiring that the President make the tapes and other presidential papers available. And I would expect that Archibald Cox, as special prosecutor, would move both from his position within the executive branch, where he has been promised the papers by the President at an earlier stage, and through the grand jury, which would be, in essence, an arm of the judiciary, and would obtain a subpoena there. When the President is faced with subpoenas from the Congress and from the grand jury, he will be in an untenable political position, particularly if he is still refusing to make the tapes available to Cox, who's a member of the executive family. And he has already promised that he would make those tapes available, or presidential papers available, and this would fall within that category. And I think that in the Congress itself, there will be a general backing for this, because it's difficult to sustain a position of closing down evidence that is relevant on a material point. And the material point is that either certain conversations between Dean and the President of the United States took place, or they did not, or that there were certain things that took place in those conversations. I am assuming, we have not been told yet, that the conversation on September 15th, 1972, where Dean tells us the President thanked him for his efforts in the Watergate cover-up, is a matter of record someplace, because it would be within the purview of what Butterfield said is available. There will also be tapes in February, March, and April, where there is proof available now. I don't think Dean knew about this. In fact, it's certain that Dean did not know these were being taped. The President did, and that would have some coloration on his approach at the time. But I have an idea that whatever he said on those tapes will, to a degree, corroborate Dean, although they may discredit him on some other points.
Clark, do you agree that the couple of things that we have said the last 2 or 3 nights on this late-hour program, that it is no longer really a legal issue? It's become a public opinion issue, has it not? A public issue?
It is a public opinion issue at this stage, and the President is trying to make this appear as a situation where he is not really guilty, and he is not trying to hide anything. What he's doing is upholding a great constitutional process and the separation of powers. It rather reminds me of the situation several years ago where Dave Beck was taking the Fifth Amendment, and he was trying to convey the impression that he was not hiding anything, that he was not engaged in criminal activity, that he was taking the Fifth Amendment because of his great reverence for the American Constitution.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you very much. This has got to be one of the best analyzed weeks of these Watergate hearings. Brother McNeil and I and our guests on this program, along with everybody else who's had access to a typewriter or a microphone, has done the bit about the tapes, for instance. Many, of course, probably would not go as far as Clark Malinoff just did. Opinions vary widely. It does seem at this point, however, that only the President and his closest friends believe the tape should be withheld from the committee and the public. John Ehrlichman, former top White House aide, Nixon friend, and a key figure in this whole affair, has even come out in favor of their release, as has the President's #1 congressional friend, Senator Hugh Scott, the Senate Minority Leader. So it may be like a football game where one team is 45 points ahead with 10 minutes still left in the game. We just have to wait for the clock to run out. The witnesses this week did little more than to talk about their, quote, limited, end quote, involvement in this sordid mess called Watergate and point varying degrees of fingers at others. It's still difficult, of course, to characterize Gordon Strachan. All we've heard is his rather prim and rather pompous statement. We've yet to see how he handles the cross-examination steam bath that is yet to come. In short, most of what needs to be said about this week's events, including yesterday's hoax, has already been said. So I would close this week with a few parting words of praise for the members and staff of this Senate committee. Regardless of beliefs and opinions about Watergate, I doubt seriously if there's ever been a congressional committee that worked harder, putting in longer hours over a longer period of time. TV lights, presidential aspirations, and pure showbiz politics aside, nobody can ever say that the guys in charge of this historic enterprise did not put in a full day's work. For Robert McNeil and Peter Kay, I'm Jim Lara. Have a nice weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This coverage is made possible by grants for special events coverage from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation, and has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.